Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Moe-fied Minecraft. Daily Adventures in the Game World. Part 1. In the forest, a young girl rose from the ground, and while still in confusion, she discovered the changes in her body. What the heck? I've lost my style. How am I supposed to act cool now? Once a robust and masculine man, she had now become a white-haired young girl. Having lost her dreams, she touched the empty space, fell into deep thought, and couldn't help recalling the previous abnormalities. Time went back 3 hours ago. At 9 p.m., inside a bedroom. Nice gun, brother, quick, quick, pull me up. The person currently engrossed in the game was Shu Qing, an ordinary player who drifted around various gaming circles. The current situation was, he eliminated 2 people with rat tier gear, tried his utmost but couldn't defeat the last one, and was knocked down and finished off. His teammate came, killed the last one, and then started looting the boxes. Teammate, where's my teammate? Save me. Unfortunately, that fellow turned a blind eye to everything outside, only wanting to loot the boxes and then rushed toward Shu Qing. Behind the door, the loot boxes outside. Damn, I ran into someone born with the bridge blocking constitution, a person whose parents couldn't be selected. Shu Qing thought to himself. What was satisfying was that with the sound of an A-long shot, the teammate went straight to sleep on the ground. But this match was basically over anyway, and the red item in Shu Qing's backpack also vanished with it. After finishing the settlement animation, finding the match history, and reporting his teammate, Shu Qing quit the game, lay down on the bed, and let out a long sigh. Sigh. To be honest, he didn't feel anything was worth getting angry about. Perhaps his mentality was naturally peaceful, or perhaps he had long been accustomed to the complex gaming environment, as well as human nature. Shu Qing went to the bathroom, looked at several games with total indifference since he had already played them all and had no interest, so he opened the pink little TV to watch human abstract masterpieces and secrets beneath the dark web. Soon, he scrolled across a video related to Minecraft, a gender-swapped warden. Turns out the warden can look this good. This wither isn't bad either, hey. Damn, I really like this Ender Dragon girl. Mechanical dragon girls are the best. Unfortunately, those could only exist in games, but this also made Shu Qing unable to help recalling his once carefree days. In that childhood era when both genuine and pirated games emerged in large numbers, the earliest game he came into contact with was Minecraft. The feeling of being able to recklessly explore, build, and do things he wouldn't dare to think of in reality made him obsessed the moment he started playing. Even as later games became more and more numerous and game types constantly updated, Shu Qing would still download it back from time to play again. Otherwise, download it back. As the game installation completed and the familiar interface appeared, Shu Qing entered the password he had long known by heart. A blocky person appeared on the screen. White hair, light purple eyes, a grayish-white jacket, black pants, wearing armor, though its style couldn't be made out due to the pixels. This was made by Shu Qing himself. Back when he didn't yet know the concept of an OC, he fantasized about being a combat-proficient adventurer punishing evil and promoting good, exploring ruins in the Minecraft world. So he taught himself to draw and drew such a female character OC, naming her Yiling. As for why it was a female character, because she looked good. However, this skin was made and imported into a skin only under the guidance and help of a friend. And now, the guide of those years was gone, perhaps continuing to shine in other fields. What if they could meet again by fate? But this memory only lasted for a short while. Shu Qing was a person who easily recalled the past, but of course, also someone who could break away from it quickly. Let's not think about that anymore. Right, I heard the game seemed to have an update. Let's open a new world to play around. Start game. Just as Shu Qing wanted to open a new world, he noticed that in the world list, there was already a game save named with a bunch of garbled text. Didn't I just download it back? Or could it be a remaining save from before? Shu Qing thought about it carefully, but had no clues. He just figured it was an asset left behind because it hadn't been cleaned up previously. Thinking so much was useless anyway. Wouldn't he know what was inside by taking a look? Shu-Ching decided to open and check out this save. The loading animation stopped at a certain moment, just like it froze, and then it suddenly crashed to the desktop. Quote. What kind of crappy optimization is this? It's not like I haven't changed my phone in 3 years. So he didn't care anymore, turned off the phone, and let it load in the background by itself, while going to replenish his hunger bar, like a bowl of instant noodles. After finishing the meal, for some reason, Shu-Ching, who could usually stay full of vigor until 12 o'clock, felt sleepiness arrive exceptionally early today. Forget it, let's sleep early today. Shu-Ching lay on the bed, but in his mind he was fantasizing. What kind of mods should I add to play tomorrow? Let's find that gender swap mod first, and add some ruin type mods and village mods. Should I try sword and magic? Since it's like that, a backpack mod is also necessary. Since I have a backpack, how about adding some military industry mods? And add a terror change mod. Forget it, this one isn't very suitable. Thinking like this, Shu-Ching gradually fell asleep. While Shu-Ching was sleeping relaxed, the phone on the side suddenly lit up. Mod loading completed. Creating world. Loading terrain. Welcome. This sleep was really comfortable. Opening his eyes, before him was a lush canopy of trees. Sunlight struck his body through the gaps in the leaves, making him feel warm. A gentle breeze caressed, blowing the leaves to rustle. The sky looked like a curtain with a few white clouds floating by. So beautiful, tranquil, and peaceful, it's like returning to my hometown. Wait, no. Shu-Ching sprang up like a corpse rising from the dead, sat up, and looked around. He found himself in a forest, faintly able to see a river not far away, yet there were no traces of any people or animals around. Oh crap, where did this bring me? Is this still domestic? Wait a minute, my voice. He stood up. No, now it should be said, she stood up. When Shu-Ching got up, she noticed her chest felt a bit heavy. Lowering her head to look, she couldn't see her toes, and her palms were also slender and fair. Could it be? Shu-Ching hurriedly ran toward the riverbank, and through the reflection of the water surface, she saw her own appearance. Waterfall-like silver-white long hair hung down naturally along gravity, so smooth it seemed to flow between fingertips. A fair face, a cold gaze, and eyes of a rare light purple, resembling a deep starry sky that invited imagination. Her height was about 1.7 meters, and the undulation of her chest beneath the grayish-white jacket was like two small mounds, full of feminine softness. She gently touched it, and a tingling sensation came over her. It was real, and it was as big as a cup probably. After all, Shu-Ching had never paid serious attention to these. Why is this so familiar? Isn't this the skin from my own game? Could it be I transmigrated into the game? But I remember, wasn't I sleeping? At the same time, another problem arrived. Wait a minute, since I've become the appearance of Yilling, and it completely matches my own imagination, could it be? Somewhat unable to accept it, she slowly reached her hand to that place and gently gave it a grasp. Empty. She found it a bit hard to believe. Her good brother had just vanished like that. Haha, it should just be that I didn't grab it. Trying again, but no matter how hard she tried, she could no longer find that good brother who had accompanied her for 18 years. What the heck, I've lost my style, how am I supposed to act cool now? Shu-Ching, now Yilling, sat blankly on the ground, tilting her head up toward the sky, as if she had lost her dreams. Shu-Ching's determination shattered all over the ground. It took Shu-Ching a few minutes to accept the fact that he had become Yilling, and then he sat down on a log by the river, supporting his chin with his hand like the thinker. So, how did I end up like this? And how did I get here? Is this a dream, or did I transmigrate? Thinking of this, Shu-Ching gave himself a slap. Ow. Ouch. 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 Looks like this isn't a dream. Just as Yilling rubbed her face, she suddenly noticed a halo around her wrist. Shu Qing remembered very clearly that he hadn't designed any halo for Yilling, let alone one with such a high-tech style. Yilling curiously touched it, and then a projection appeared from the bracelet. The UI felt incomparably familiar to her. It was the classic item hotbar from Minecraft, including health and hunger bars. This is Minecraft. To be honest, she had suspected that she might have transmigrated to a wilderness, another world, or even Terraria, but she had never imagined it would be Minecraft. After all, this world didn't look blocky at all. As Yilling swiped the halo, the set of UI detached and floated in front of her. Yilling suddenly thought of something and tried to bring up the menu. Sure enough, world options appeared before her, but unfortunately, she could only look and couldn't change anything. Bad news, the difficulty is hard. Good news, it's not hardcore mode, and keep inventory is on upon death. Well, that's great, no need to stress out too much, but Yilling still had one question. Is this a realistic version of MC, or a game world similar to MC? Forget it, no use thinking about it. Right now, Yilling's hunger bar had already started dropping. You have to know that on hard difficulty in MC, you could genuinely starve to the point of blacking out. Yilling first straightened her clothes. An off-white jacket that looked just like ordinary clothes, along with some protective gear like shoulder and arm guards. Although these should count as a skin, they genuinely provided 2 bars of armor value, better than nothing. Black tight pants, you could tell she had great legs, and then shoes, which were women's black hiking boots. As for her face, it matched the cold and serious appearance she had designed for herself, though her actual personality was nothing like that. Nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. Shu Qing patted the pockets of the clothes, but there was nothing inside. It looks just like the start of MC, with absolutely nothing on me. Well then, if you want to get rich, punch trees first. Yilling immediately thought of the log right beneath her, a very classic oak log. Looking at her right hand, an urge unique to an MC player welled up inside her. I hope my hands won't hurt. Log. Do friends in front of the screen think I can survive? Care about all that or not, take my punch. Fortunately, Yilling inherited the unique Herculean arms of block people. With just a single punch, familiar pixelated cracks appeared on the trunk. After a few more punches, the log shrank several times over and became a dropped item rolling on the ground. I thought it would be more like MC, with dropped items spinning around. As Yilling's hand touched the dropped item, the log went, pop, into the hotbar, and Yilling herself didn't feel any weight at all. It seems the block person's signature pocket dimension backpack and super load bearing capacity have also been inherited. Next, Yilling harvested 4 more logs this way, then opened her inventory and placed them on the crafting grid. All 5 logs were broken down into 20 wooden planks, and then 4 planks were used to craft a crafting table. Just as Yilling was about to close the inventory interface, she suddenly noticed a non-vanilla button next to the armor slots. Opening it revealed a trinket slot, or more vividly speaking, a clothing slot. Yilling tentatively put everything from the pants slot into her inventory. Immediately, a chill washed over her legs, startling her into putting them back on right away. For some time after that, Yilling placed down the square crafting table that players were immensely familiar with, and then crafted a wooden axe and a pickaxe on it. She first began chopping down the surrounding trees. A few strokes of the axe later, logs appeared, while the tree trunks chopped by Yilling floated in the air in a bizarre fashion that would make Newton want to flip his coffin lid. Why can't this be a bit more realistic? Just cut it from the root, let it fall to the ground and turn into a pile of drops, how nice would that be? But life had to go on. By the time the woods by the river had been cleared into a flat patch of land, it was already noon. When turning back to pick up the dropped items, Yilling discovered something crimson red in her inventory, 6 apples. Paying attention to her hunger bar, it had already dropped by half. Yet an apple could only restore 2 bars of hunger, which was 4 points. In other words, she had to eat 3 of them to fill the bar completely. When she took a bite of the apple, the hunger bar hardly changed. It wasn't until she ate half of it that the hunger bar went up by 1 slot. It seemed that to replenish it, she had to finish the whole thing. When playing games normally, it might not be a big deal, but you have to remember that she now had physical sensations, including a sense of taste. The first apple was crisp upon entry, sweet and juicy. The second apple had already lost that sense of freshness, feeling just so-so. As for the third apple, there was already a cloying feeling. Furthermore, because it was only 1 bar away from full, Yilling actually felt a bit nauseous halfway through eating it. MMRGH, gulp. In the end, Yilling still couldn't finish that half apple, so she put it back into her inventory, then went to the river to drink some water to moisten her throat, intending to suppress that nauseous feeling. Phew, looks like I still need to eat regular staple foods I'm used to. I'll have to look for other food later. After this little episode, Yilling decided to become a miner. Yilling found a piece of ground over there and struck the turf a few times. Pop! Familiar blocks appeared, leaving a cubic groove on the lawn. It seemed that when Yilling harvested items, the boundaries were defined by individual blocks. Using the familiar stair mining method, Yilling dug down to the stone layer, harvested 3 pieces of cobblestone with a wooden pickaxe, and then returned to the crafting table to make a new stone pickaxe, putting the old wooden pickaxe into her inventory to be used as fuel later. Next, Yilling carved out a space underground and made a full set of stone tools, except for a stone hoe, using the stones she had harvested. By the time she came back to her senses, it was almost dusk, so Yilling picked up another 3 or 4 apples from where she had chopped trees earlier and returned to her dark and damp underground hideout. However, as nightfall was about to arrive, Yilling finally realized how dark the basement was. She then crafted a furnace, placed the wooden pickaxe at the bottom and logs on top. As the warm furnace light flickered on and went out, a piece of charcoal was smelted inside the furnace. However, Yilling didn't take the charcoal out immediately. Instead, she put the charcoal back into the fuel slot. By the time it burned out completely, she had obtained 8 pieces of charcoal. Then Yilling crafted 8 torches using 2 sticks and 2 pieces of charcoal, placing them around the basement. Instantly, the basement became warm and bright. Unfortunately, since she hadn't crafted a bed, and Yilling didn't want to sleep on the cold stone floor, she planned to just sit like this until dawn. At this moment, hunger struck. Yilling pulled out that half apple. It was just like when she put it in, and she could even see the residual saliva mark on it. But survival comes first. Who would pay attention to that? Just as Yilling sat on the crafted oak half slab, intending to zone out for a bit, the sun completely dipped below the horizon. The bracelet suddenly flashed, and then a message box popped up abruptly. Huh. This is a quest book. This is a quest book. Well, it is not that kind of modpack quest book, it seems to just be a quest log. On the suddenly displayed interface was a slightly sci-fi looking quest log, and the first entry was a completed quest. First night. Objective. Have a safe space and survive until evening. Reward. Random monster girl companion, name tag. Monster girl. Could it be? At this moment, various fan-made Moe character versions appeared in the mind of Yilling. Skeleton girls, zombie girls, creeper girls, making her excited just thinking about it, and even the corners of her mouth, which should have maintained a cold and aloof expression, curled up. What would she look like? Just thinking about it made her feel a bit excited and expectant. As the button to claim the reward was pressed, a book with a black and blue cover and a name tag appeared in the inventory of Yilling. Yilling opened her backpack to check the descriptions of the items. Summoning book. This book has contracted an elite level creature. Place it on the ground and pull down the bookmark to summon it. Name tag. No anvil required. Simply hold the name tag to perceive what is in your heart, and the thoughts will appear on the name tag. I was still thinking about how to use a name tag without an anvil. It seems I can name the monster girl in a moment. But, what does this elite level mean? Could it be that the monsters in my world are also graded by levels? Regardless, Yiling really needed a helper at this moment. As an ordinary person who had lived in a peaceful era for 19 years, she did not know any combat skills at all. If she really encountered a hostile creature, her health points would probably be wiped out directly. Especially since this world was still on hard difficulty. If she really took a hit, regardless of her health points, just the real physical pain alone would make her fly away in agony. May Notch bless me, and wish me a gold draw from a single pull. Yiling placed the book on the floor, pulled down the bookmark, took 2 steps back, and sat down against the wall. Soon the book opened by itself, flipped through a few pages, stopped at a certain page, and emitted a faint blue light. No golden light flashed. Just as Yiling wanted to lean forward to take a look, black matter suddenly appeared around the book and sank into it, followed by a familiar and terrifying sound effect. People who frequently explore ancient cities are very familiar with this sound effect. Those ubiquitous skulk sensors force you to be extremely careful, and if you are not paying attention for even a second and trigger a skulk shrieker, then congratulations, you have successfully called out a Big Daddy. And right now, Yiling heard that familiar sound effect. The fear dominated by ultra-high damage made her instinctively shrink back. The sudden appearance of the darkness effect made her heart leap into her throat even more. Along with particle effects appearing, a giant hand reached out from the dark shadow in the floor, its glowing parts exceptionally noticeable under the darkness effect, followed by the other hand. Immediately after, both hands pushed forcefully, and a rather oppressive figure appeared, accompanied by the perception sound representing the warden. As the darkness effect disappeared, the brightness of the torch returned, and the outline of the person in front gradually became clear. She was beautiful, dignified, and upright, with her hands gracefully folded in front of her. She wore a dark orchid-colored long dress, had short dark blue hair, and featured structures similar to antlers. As for that pair of giant hands from earlier, they just floated on both sides, emitting detection sounds from time to time. But Yiling had no mind to appreciate beauty at this moment. Even though the eyes of the other person were blocked by bangs, Yiling could still sense the feeling of being watched. It was calm, yet carried a sense of forbearance, a feeling of wanting to devour the person in front completely right away. Yiling did not know why she had this feeling, but she could only keep quiet and inch bit by bit toward the basement exit, because in the game's settings of Minecraft, the warden is blind. Stay calm, and move slowly. As Yiling moved, the warden girl quietly opened her eyes slightly and glanced at Yiling. It seems she is really scared of me. But this look is quite interesting, I will tease her first. Meanwhile, Yiling was still moving slowly, every step as slow as possible, and every time the perception sound of the warden rang out, her heart would tense up accordingly. As long as I can reach that place, as long as I can get there. Just as Yiling was about to leave the corner, the warden moved. Quietly and gently, the floating arms blocked the path forward of Yiling. Then, the main body of the warden girl approached, trapping Yiling in the corner and gently grasping the wrist of Yiling. Where are you going, little cutie Tilda? The heart of Yiling instantly leapt into her throat, and cold sweat slipped down her forehead. Facing the warden girl close at hand, her mind went completely blank. After a moment, she weakly asked a sentence. You can see. Are you wondering if the warden should not be blind? Originally that was indeed the case, little cutie Tilda, but I am an elite level creature and have overcome this weakness. Do not worry though, I have no intention of laying a hand on such a little cutie like you. While speaking, the body of the warden girl leaned forward slightly, getting extremely close. Yiling could feel the breath of the warden girl hitting her face as she spoke, along with the faint, elusive scent of blueberries on her body. Really? Do I look like a girl who tells lies? Hearing this, Yiling breathed a sigh of relief. If the person in front really wanted to attack, Yiling probably would have already been waiting to respond from that moment earlier. Then what do you want to do? Before she could finish speaking, Yiling felt the wrist of her other hand grasped by slender fingers, and along with that wrist, it was lifted up. Right. The warden girl in front pressed closer and closer, leaning over to the collar of Yiling to gently sniff and explore. How could Yiling possibly handle this? You must know that when he was Shu-Qing, he was an otaku who usually just read novels and played games. Let alone getting this close to a female, the number of times he had held hands with the opposite romance could be counted on one hand. And this warden girl in front had both the figure and the beauty. Getting this close right off the bat made Yiling feel weak all over her body. And what about her heartbeat? Under extreme shyness, her heartbeat was probably even faster than when she was terrified earlier. But soon, the warden girl let go of her hands and slowly stood up. Yiling sat there in the corner, her breathing chaotic, with a few drops of sweat on her face. I have remembered her scent, it is very special. But the little cutie looks like she is about to break down. After about a dozen seconds, Yiling finally calmed her heartbeat and looked up at the warden girl in front. She just stood there quietly like a sculpture. Just a moment ago, she had combed her bangs to both sides, revealing those blue eyes. Sensing their gazes meeting, the warden girl gracefully lifted her skirt with both hands and bowed. Let me give a brief self-introduction. Gender female, race warden, elite level, and from now on I am your companion. Please treat me well, lit tle tilde cu tai tilde. Yiling swallowed hard. She had a premonition that her days ahead might not be as peaceful as she imagined. Yiling collected her thoughts, which had been scrambled by her fluctuating emotions just moments before, though a blush was still visible on her face. But now, she urgently needed some topics to break the awkward atmosphere, like a self-introduction. My name is Yiling. What is your name? It seemed even more awkward after she said that. For now, I don't have a name yet, but you can give me one, so that I will belong to you, little cutie. Oh, I see. Yiling pretended not to hear the teasing remark at the end, holding the name tag in her hand. According to the game's mechanics, this item could give a creature a conspicuous name display. And the item description also stated that as long as it was held in hand, a rename could be performed without needing an anvil, so she started firing up her brain's engine to search through her already sparse literary knowledge. Shrieking Guard, Shrieking. How about Zunian? Zunian is a nice name. Then I'll be called Zunian from now on tilde. Yiling handed the name tag, which already displayed the characters, Zunian, into Zunian's hand. Zunian gently grasped Yiling's palm and gave it a squeeze, making Yiling blush and pull her hand back, while the name tag vanished into a streak of flowing light. Then, a deep blue halo projection appeared around Zunian's left wrist before sinking into her skin. Zunian has joined the party. Now, I am yours. Ahem, don't say things that are so easily misunderstood. But isn't this a fact? Or is the little cutie already starting to dislike me right after getting me? How chilling. To avoid giving her another chance to tease, Yiling decided to examine the newly appeared feature first. The party system could bind intelligent creatures who voluntarily became companions. Once bound, players could check teammates' information and status at any time, and teammates' actions could also contribute progress to quests. And now, apart from Yiling herself, the party system only contained Zunian, who had just clung to her. Name: Zunian. Race Warden, Elite. Buff Night Vision. Affection: 34%. So she has night vision, no wonder she could see. Just as Yiling was pondering over the panel, Zunian sat down beside her quite naturally, though this time she didn't press close and instead maintained a slight distance. Is this my information? It seems the little cutie isn't as well behaved as I imagined, secretly investigating me behind my back. What are you thinking? I didn't mean anything like that. Besides, you can see this. Yes, but it's my first time seeing it too. Is it your ability? Sort of. The little cutie's heartbeat has sped up again. Yiling stopped talking. Zunian truly wouldn't let slip a single opportunity to tease. If she were still in her previous male body, she would probably be dying of embarrassment right now. Next, Yiling decided to check her quest log. 2 new available quests had appeared inside it. The Hard Way. Use a furnace to smelt an iron ingot. Reward. Random iron weapon. Adventurer. Explore any ruin. Reward. Mini-map. When seeing the first quest, Yilling had thought they were all vanilla Minecraft achievements, but upon seeing the second one, she realized that these quests weren't entirely comprised of vanilla achievement content. Mining iron ore was bound to happen sooner or later, and as for weapons, Yilling didn't feel any immediate need for combat. As for the mini-map provided by the adventurer, it was definitely necessary. Having a map meant she basically wouldn't get lost, and maybe she would stumble upon a ruin while traveling tomorrow. However, at this moment, Yilling, exhausted from a busy day, was too tired to even move. Perhaps due to her earlier emotional roller coaster, or perhaps because this physical body wasn't suited for staying up late, Yilling leaned against the wall and began to doze off. Since there was no proper place to sleep here, she could be seen occasionally nodding off and then jerking her head back up. Upon seeing this, an inexplicable emotion welled up in Zunyan's heart. She gently reached out, slowly guiding Yilling's head toward her side, offering her shoulder as a makeshift support. By this time, Yilling was already enveloped by weariness, and her consciousness was growing hazy. Feeling a warm entity with a sweet blueberry fragrance appear beside her, she naturally leaned into that support and fell fast asleep shortly after. After waiting a moment to confirm Yilling wouldn't move further, Zunyan gently, as if afraid of waking her, used her floating arms to lift her slightly and repositioned her so that Yilling could lie down horizontally. Furthermore, Zunyan generously shared her lap for Yilling to use as a pillow. Looking at the person sleeping peacefully on her lap, the corners of Zunyan's mouth couldn't help curving upward slightly. So cute. With this completely defenseless look, aren't you afraid I might do something? Affection. 35%. The next day, when Yilling woke up, she found herself lying on Zunyan's lap. Her face flushed red and she bolted upright in a flash. How on earth did I fall asleep so cluelessly, and how did I end up lying like that? Ah. So last night I used her as a pillow. I couldn't have sleep talked, right? Seeing Yilling like this, Zunyan couldn't help letting out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, you slept very peacefully. Nothing happened. Oh. That's a relief. Why does your tone sound like you're dreading something happening? Do you dislike me that much? Zunyan's tone seemed a bit displeased, though it was unclear why. No way, no way. It's just that we've known each other for less than a day. No matter what, being too intimate is still a bit inappropriate. I understand. The little cutie feels things are moving too fast. Zunyan pretended to look dejected. I'll be more mindful in the future. Seeing her like this, Yilling felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Actually, it's not that serious. The moment the words left her mouth, Yilling regretted them. Wasn't this just putting herself in an even more passive position? Maintaining a sense of distance from someone she had just met was completely normal. Zunyan looked at Yilling with a half smile. It seems the little cutie still cares a lot about what others think. However, since you feel it's inappropriate, I'll be more mindful from now on. Yilling breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Zunyan handed over a strip of black cloth, which carried her signature blueberry fragrance. Then let's start with something simple. How about helping me put on a blindfold? I did let you use my lap as a pillow last night, you know Tilda. Since she put it that way, Yilling had no way to refuse. Taking the black cloth, she walked behind Zunyan. She tried to move as lightly as possible, covering Zunyan's eyes with the cloth before walking around to the back to tie a knot. The little cutie's hands are so soft. Zunyan's voice was soft and sweet as she obediently let her shoulders drop without acting up at all, which only made Yilling all the more nervous. Until the blindfold was securely tied, Zunyan didn't do anything else out of line, which actually surprised Yilling, who had expected her to pull another stunt. Shall we set off then? You lead the way. I'll follow right behind you. Yilling used her axe and pickaxe to collect the items in the basement, and then dug away the dirt that had blocked the path. Stepping out of the basement where they had made do for the night, The morning sun was somewhat dazzling yet carried just the right amount of warmth. And right behind her was her companion, someone she hadn't known for long, but whom she could completely trust. When she first arrived here, Yilling had been filled with uncertainty about this world, but now, she was no longer alone. Little cutie Tilda, were you daydreaming about me? Let's head that way. Actually, Yilling wasn't quite sure where to go either. There wasn't a single conspicuous thing around, except for the river nearby which looked slightly different. Yilling first pulled out an apple to replenish her hunger bar, then headed upstream along the river. What was that sweet thing you ate just now? An apple, is there a problem? Yilling replied somewhat matter-of-factly. But on second thought, it seemed there wasn't much food to be found in the ancient city, let alone a red apple like this. So Yilling took 2 apples from her inventory and shared them with Zunyan. Thank you, I knew you had me in your heart. Zunyan took the apples with her hand, put one away, held the other in her hand, opened her mouth, and took a gentle bite. Crunch, the crisp sound and sweet taste belonging to the apple appeared simultaneously. A somewhat intoxicated look appeared on Zunyan's face, the corners of her mouth curved up slightly as she chewed slowly, and even her full, beautiful body swayed gently, seeming to experience the flavor of the apple in her mouth with her whole body and mind. Very sweet. Oh, sorry, I lost my composure. As long as you like it. It seems Miss Zunyan likes eating sweets. Walking in the woods for a short while, as she passed by a tree, Yilling, who had been very relaxed, noticed something out of the corner of her eye. A creeper, almost identical to the original version, square and without any difference. Its green skin almost melted into the forest, making people mistakenly think it was some kind of bush at first glance. It was only because of that familiar sizzling sound that Yilling noticed it. Unfortunately, it seemed a bit too late to hide now. Yilling subconsciously wanted to back away, only to find there was another one behind her. She was thus caught right in the middle by the two, and both creepers had already started to swell, almost about to explode. It's over, can't dodge. Although the explosion power of a creeper in the game was just so-so, in reality, such a high explosion power, even with fragments blown out, would be enough to pierce a human body into a hornet's nest. And right at this moment, thud, thud, 2 fierce gusts of wind whistled past, knocking the creepers on both sides flying several meters away. They smashed into the ground and turned into experience points and gunpowder. The one who caused all this was naturally Zunyan behind her. Even though she wore a blindfold, it didn't affect her super high hearing in the slightest. The moment the creeper made a sound, the 2 giant arms floating by her sides had already struck out. Yilling felt a bit scared now. If it weren't for Zunyan's fast reaction, she might have had to experience what her first death felt like. Thank you. You're welcome. Through this unexpected incident, Yilling deeply realized that danger was everywhere. While reflecting on it, she also felt that Zunyan was truly strong. As for Zunyan, she remained as elegant as ever, but now she walked in front of Yilling, ready to clear away danger at any time. However, very soon, Yilling squeezed back to the front. The difference was that she now held a sword in her hand at all times. Zunyan didn't say much, just stepped back, but didn't stay too far away to ensure she could protect Yilling at any time. Walking along the way, Yilling also saw zombies, skeleton archers, and spiders that frequently greeted players in Minecraft, thereby acquiring bows and arrows, as well as rotten flesh and bones. However, spiders during the day were neutral creatures, and Yilling didn't have the leisure to provoke them proactively. It seems this place is indeed Minecraft. These creatures are all very familiar, but why is only Zunyan such a monster girl? At this moment, Zunyan suddenly grabbed Yilling. Just as Yilling was about to speak, Zunyan stopped her and made a shish gesture. Following Zunyan, Yilling walked a few steps to the side and saw a sheep. This made Yilling immensely happy. She had been eating apples all along the way. Even if it was healthy food, eating it constantly would still get tiresome. Yilling drew her bow and notched an arrow, aiming at the sheep ahead. She seemed to already be able to imagine the mouth-watering aroma of the meat. Just as the arrow was about to be fired, Zunyan gently raised Yiling's hand a little higher. Turning her head to look, Zunyan had already taken off her blindfold. Her blue eyes were still bright, and her gaze was fixed on the sheep in the distance. Yiling waited for Zunyan to pull her hand back before releasing the hand pulling the string. Yiling knew that she was guiding her. Whoosh! Carrying a piercing whistle through the air, the arrow accurately and unmistakably hit the sheep's head. Hearing only a bleat, a block of wool and 2 raw mutton chops appeared on the ground. Thank you. You shot this yourself. After putting the blindfold back on Zunyan, Yiling hurried over to put the items into her backpack, but didn't smelt them immediately. Instead, she set off on the journey along the river once more, trying to find a suitable location to settle down before dark as much as possible. Perhaps because today's luck was relatively good, after walking for another 10 minutes or so, they discovered a cave. As they walked downwards, Yiling noticed coal and iron ore on the stone walls. Yiling immediately harvested all of them, obtaining coal and a few raw iron pieces. Yiling put the coal and raw iron into a furnace, crafted another furnace, roasted the 2 pieces of mutton, and put a few pieces of the remaining raw iron in. As the fragrant cooked mutton chop was held in her hand, that aroma instantly invaded Yiling's brain, causing her to secrete saliva wildly. Of course, she also gave one to Zunyan. When the mutton entered her mouth, Yiling suddenly felt that this world was so real and wonderful. Although there was only 1 piece, at least it had a bit of meat flavor, and she didn't have to hard gnaw on apples anymore. Zunyan still ate very gracefully. This time she hadn't asked for it, but Yiling's active sharing made her feel somewhat happy in her heart, and even a faint layer of gentleness spread across the bottoms of her eyes. She turned her head slightly, looking at Yiling beside her whose cheeks were slightly puffed out from eating and who looked extremely satisfied, and laughed softly. Turns out things shared by a little cutie can be this delicious. As soon as her words fell, she naturally reached out, using the pad of her finger to gently wipe away a bit of grease stained at the corner of Yiling's lips. Her movement was gentle and natural, carrying a bit of undisguised doting. Yiling stiffened at this sudden touch, her ear tips instantly stained a light pink, and her tone carried some fluster. I'll go see if there are any other ores to harvest over there. Why did she suddenly do that? I didn't even notice. Looking at Yiling's somewhat flustered, fleeing-like back, Zunyan couldn't help the corners of her mouth curling up. This little fellow, she really can't take teasing. A few steps further down the cave was a dead end. Aside from a few pieces of copper, there was nothing else. After Yiling finished harvesting, she came back, took out the iron ingots from the furnace, and began smelting raw copper. Getting tough. Claimed reward. Random iron weapon. A familiar stream of light appeared, and a long wooden box appeared in Yiling's hands. It seems the reward is inside here. I wonder what will come out. However, Yiling didn't open it herself, but handed the weapon box to Zunyan. When Zunyan received it, she was somewhat flattered. Oh, you want me to open it? But what if the thing I open turns out to be useless? Hearing these words, Yiling put on an indifferent attitude. She knew very well that her usual luck wasn't very good. Even in game gacha draws, she would never get the good stuff until the very last pull. After placing the weapon box into Zunyan's hands, Yiling stepped back 2 steps. You do it, after all, we are companions. Hearing this, Zunyan was undoubtedly happy. She held back her impulse to tease and opened the lid. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. As the golden light appeared, the long box vanished, replaced by an iron 2-handed greatsword. The blade was a palm's width wide and about 1.5 meters long, made with very thick materials, seemingly in the style used by medieval knights. Of course, this alone was not enough to amaze Yiling, but the blade was now emitting a faint purple shimmering light. That's right, this sword was enchanted. Sharpness 3, Fire Aspect I. Although Yiling did not have the ability to wield such a large weapon, but, wasn't there someone right in front of her who could manage it? Zunyan, you take this weapon. Hearing that Yiling wanted to give her this greatsword, Zunyan was a bit puzzled. Me. But if you give me such a good weapon, what are you going to use? Yiling shook her head and placed the sword onto Zunyan's floating arms. I can't use such a heavy sword, instead, it's most suitable for you. Besides, wouldn't you be able to protect me better if you become stronger? Oh. Is that so? It seems it's my turn to say thank you this time. Controlling her floating arms, Zunyan steadily gripped the heavy two-handed greatsword, a weapon that ordinary people would need both hands to wield, yet swung by that floating arm, it was as light as a one-handed sword, powerful and swift. Her own posture remained elegant, with clean movements and form-fitting attire outlining a slender yet upright figure. Her expression was calm and unhurried, forming a sharp contrast with the bold, overbearing greatsword. The moment she spun and withdrew the sword, she suddenly curtsied slightly, gently lifting her skirt to perform a standard and graceful curtsy toward Yiling. Before Yiling could snap out of it, Zunyan leaned in slightly through the posture of the bow. Does it look good? Yiling was speechless for a moment, and after a while, she managed to squeeze out. It looks good, and it suits you just right. Gosh, what kind of Valkyrie is this? So at that time, I must have completely hit the jackpot. Before leaving, Yiling used a few pieces of smelted iron to make an iron axe and an iron pickaxe. They were still realistic versions, feeling very handy in her hand. Hearing the sound of Yiling pulling out other ironware, Zunyan was a bit puzzled. So you had other weapons, why are you only taking them out now? Yiling was stunned by this question and looked at the iron axe in her hand. I just crafted this, what's wrong? Zunyan was even more puzzled, even pulling down her blindfold a little to see the tool in Yiling's hand. I don't have any impression of when you made things, or could this also be your ability, little cutie? Zunyan was certain that she had only heard the sounds of hitting stone and things burning, and Yiling also figured out that this was ultimately not that familiar gaming world. People here should still be conducting smelting and handcrafting. It seemed this was also a player trait exclusive to her, and thinking of this, she instantly became confident. You could say that. I just need to put the materials into the crafting table, and then I can directly make all kinds of things. Zunyan thought for a moment, and such a scene surfaced in her mind. Yiling placed iron and wood on the crafting table, then used her ability. Floating text appeared in the air beside her, and with a swoosh, the materials turned into usable tools. However, because she was wearing a blindfold earlier, she didn't get to witness the process with her own eyes, which made her feel a bit regretful. She would definitely have to experience it properly next time. It's a very interesting ability, but you mustn't tell others, okay, otherwise you'll be targeted by bad guys. Got it, but I want to know some things. I don't know much about this place. Zunyan let out an "oh" sound and then put back on her blindfold. It seems I need to popularize some trivia for you. So, what do you want to know first? Yiling followed behind Zunyan, thought for a moment, and threw out a question she was very curious about. For example, why do you cover your eyes? Oh, is the first question actually caring about me? Zunyan's footsteps paused slightly, her fingertips gently brushing across the black blindfold over her eyes. The motion of her fingertips sliding across the fabric was gentle yet carried a hint of laziness, and the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. I'm truly flattered. But the reason is also very simple. As someone accustomed to the dark, the sunlight's brilliance is always so glaring. Yiling expressed understanding and then asked the next question. Are all wardens like you, beautiful? Because she was praised for being beautiful, Zunyan's mood obviously improved. Of course not. In fact, it's not just wardens, other non-human creatures are also like this. Only the extremely rare elite class have the opportunity to take on human form. Along the way, as a native resident, Zunyan popularized knowledge about the world to Yiling, including basic creatures and regional specialties. There was nothing much to say about these, they were largely similar to vanilla MC. The difference was that emerald, this universal currency, had been replaced by paper money like the emerald voucher. But the content that followed was vastly different. Walking in front, Zunyan began a history lecture with a soft voice that made people engrossed. A very long time ago, people perceived the existence of other dimensions, and the first one discovered was the Nether. But people at that time could not travel directly to the Nether, because the connectivity between the two worlds was too low, just like how you cannot directly make two smooth stones snap firmly together. Yilling nodded. This metaphor was very vivid. If two unrelated worlds couldn't establish a connection, there wasn't even a way to understand them, then what did they do? With a casual wave of her hand, Zunyan caused the sound of a zombie being killed to ring out not far away, but this did not interrupt her train of thought. They tried and built a structure capable of artificially generating a nether spire. Nether reactor. When hearing about the nether spire, Yilling immediately thought of the blocks from the old versions. Although they could no longer be used now, nether reactors could still be obtained through certain methods. Hearing Yilling rattle it off effortlessly, Zunyan was quite surprised. It seems you know more than I thought, so I can keep it simple. Under the circumstance where multiple nether reactors were built and activated, the distance to the nether was continuously drawn closer. Eventually, a channel was established between the overworld and the nether, and lava, nether rack, and portals built of obsidian appeared on the surface. Afterwards, people found the end as well. Unfortunately, the end only had one black dragon and it was unbeatable, so the end gradually faded from people's view and became a forbidden zone. However, good times didn't last long. The nether gradually affected the overworld, and soon, creatures from the end also appeared in the overworld. On one side was the invasion of the nether dimension, and on the other, creatures from the end could pose a threat to people at any time. There was even a civilization that was destroyed because of this, becoming immigrants to the overworld. Could it be? Yilling had probably guessed some of it, those abandoned ancient cities hidden deep underground. It's fine, I don't have memories of that era. Although Zunyan said so with her mouth, Yilling could clearly sense some melancholic emotions coming from her. Let's continue. After that, Zunyan said a lot more, including the demise of multiple civilizations caused by natural and man-made disasters, and uniting together to live a better life, establishing an empire. To resist the threat of the undead, people also explored many fields, such as material upgrades and the study of magic. Speaking of this, Zunyan seemed to remember something. Right, when I saw others last time, I heard that a weapon called a firearm appeared. I wonder what on earth it is. Firearms. Right at this moment, a thunderous sound echoed from not far away, resembling a clap of thunder. With her keen hearing, Zunyan subconsciously covered her ears, her expression somewhat displeased. Is it going to rain? No, something is about to happen somewhere. As a player who had played FPS games, Yilling could confirm that this was definitely not the sound of thunder. Evening came, and on a plain away from the river, there was a very desolate village with overgrown weeds on the ground, wooden structures half-rotted, and spider webs hanging everywhere inside and outside the houses. Only the stone foundations were still somewhat sturdy, yet they were covered in moss, showing that it had not been tended to for a long time. This village had long been abandoned and turned into a zombie village, but somehow people had arrived here, swept through the place, and set up a pot in one of the more intact houses in the village. Those damn dead things are really fucking bad luck, so many and so hard to kill. I thought it was another unprotected village again, but it turns out to be a godforsaken place. A squad of pillagers was stationed here, with the leader carrying a banner on his back, affectionately wiping the gun in his hands, a bolt-action rifle with a wooden stock. Even among the pillagers, there were not many of these things. The one in his hands was looted from the previous village. The guard with the gun had been a very accurate shooter. They originally had 7 people, but now there were only 4 left. Besides him, there was another pillager and 2 vindicators. Don't say it like that. We didn't find much stuff, but didn't we catch a person? This thing can also fetch a good price. Hey, that person over there. The captain spoke, and the others stopped talking, waiting for orders. What's his name? The one with the axe, come over here. Reporting to boss, my name is. Go on, Go on, I have no interest in knowing what your name is, the captain impatiently interrupted his words. I'm giving you a job. Go outside and see if that bitch is still alive. Hearing this, the Vindicator was somewhat excited. Then boss, can I advise you to put away the thoughts in your head, the captain's tone was fierce. Don't think that just because I don't remember your name, I fucking don't know why you were driven out of the village. This chick can sell for a good price, and if she's a virgin, she'll be even more expensive. Keep your lower body in check, and stop wanting to fuck everything that's alive, damn it. Reprimanded like this, the Vindicator slunk away, not forgetting to mutter along the way. Damn, what's with the attitude? He just picked up scraps while the opponent's gun was out of bullets, otherwise how could he become the new captain? On the carriage at the edge of the village, besides some boxes, there was also a large iron cage covered with a white cloth. The Vindicator lifted the white cloth, and inside the cage were villagers tied up to be used as slaves. When the white cloth was lifted, these people stared closely at the Vindicator, their eyes filled with fear and hatred. However, the Vindicator paid them no mind, his target was the patch of white figure sitting in the corner. The young girl had a slender figure, with a cascade of snow-white long hair falling over her shoulders. Her face was as cold and detached as falling snow, and her cyan blue eyes were completely calm, hollow, and indifferent. She wore a somewhat worn white cape, and her upper body was a neat white one-piece combat outfit, revealing a section of fair and delicate skin at her waistline. A rib-shaped breastplate outlined a chilling yet bizarre sense of beauty. Beneath the white short skirt on her lower body were black tight-fitting shorts and black silk stockings, and there was a gunshot wound on her right lower leg. Her hands were tied behind her back, as quiet as an exquisite doll. Her name is Guxi, a skeleton girl, and from the day she gained consciousness, she had stayed in this abandoned village. As an elite tier undead, she was completely different from those numbly wandering zombies. She would gaze blankly at the night sky, watch her own reflection by puddles, and hide in wooden houses during the day, sleeping quietly on soft beds. Unfortunately, no one else could tell her why these things were, and other undead would not pay attention to her differences. Over time, Guxi also developed the personality of a Sanwu girl, taciturn, unfeeling, and expressionless. Until not long ago, several people came here. Although she did not know good from evil, instinct told her that these people were dangerous. Guxi tried to draw her bow and shoot an arrow, but with a gunshot, her lower leg was pierced by a bullet, collapsing her to the ground, and her bow was snapped in half by someone. Then, Guxi was tied up and locked in the cage with these villagers, and the originally lifeless space did not change much because of the extra people. The Vindicator stared at the slender, pale figure in the cage, his Adam's apple rolling fiercely, a wretched and greedy smile splitting the corners of his mouth, and a mouthful of filthy language was hurled over without any concealment. Tisk tisk, looks alluring enough, all in white like a dead person, yet this figure. It's the first time I've ever seen such an exquisite piece of goods. Don't play dead, speak. HMPH, acting aloof, huh. Later, I'll sell you off to those filthy places and see if you can still be so ice cold. The more he spoke, the more presumptuous he became, poking Guxi's shoulder through the iron cage, his tone extremely obscene. Yet the young girl in the cage only slightly lowered her eyes, her cyan blue pupils completely vacant, without even a ripple. Fear, disgust, panic, all the emotions he expected to see were completely non-existent on her face. She just sat there quietly, like a soulless sculpture, showing no reaction to his teasing and insults, as if she couldn't hear and didn't care. Seeing that the other party had no reaction at all while he acted like a clown, the Vindicator viciously kicked the iron cage, making a loud clanging crash. What are you putting on an act for? If the key wasn't in the hands of that old bastard of a captain, I'd open the door and deal with you right now. Let's see if you still dare to ignore me like this. As soon as his voice fell, a cold and light voice slowly drifted over from behind him. So you don't have the key on you. I was waiting for you to open the door. The Vindicator's heart tightened, and he subconsciously pulled out his axe and slashed backward, but immediately after, his vision plunged into darkness. There was nothing, and he could see nothing. The Vindicator's psychological state was about to collapse. Who? Come out, stop playing God and acting like a ghost. Cold sweat instantly poured down the Vindicator as he swung wildly around. With a clang, the axe struck the metal cage, jarring the weapon right out of his hand. Right at this moment, the darkness effect disappeared, and what came into view was an empty patch of grass, with nothing illuminated by the moonlight. I knew it, an illusion, an illusion. A chill pressed against the back of his neck, the coldness piercing straight to his brain. Through his peripheral vision, he could see an axe flashing with a cold glint resting right against his neck. Death was so close that the Vindicator didn't dare to move at all, his pants dyed in a dark patch. I'm begging you, I will definitely. Shish. Yelling considerately covered the Vindicator's mouth. Your voice is too noisy, it will pollute my companion's ears. Thud. Along with a muffled sound, the night returned to silence once again. Blah. I'll vomit a little more, blah. It was Yilling's first time killing someone. The inertia of playing games made her unconsciously ignore the details. When fresh blood gushed out, she finally noticed the problem. Even though her body was not stained with blood, the bloody scene still made Yilling start vomiting uncontrollably. How cool she had acted just moments ago was how hard she was vomiting now. After prying open the cage, Zunyan stood by and watched Yilling's expression of wanting to vomit yet unable to do so, recalling how Yilling had insisted on soloing earlier. Although lacking in experience, she didn't hesitate at all when taking action. On the carriage behind, the villagers began to emerge one by one through the gaps in the cage, and one of them picked up the pillager's axe. A young villager picked up the iron axe from the ground, while the other villagers searched frantically through the carriage. Zunyan didn't turn back to mind them, and Yilling had no intention of stopping them either. Those things were originally looted from their village anyway. Guxi was still curled up in the most secluded corner of the iron cage, quietly waiting for her body to recover on its own. From being hit by the bullet until now, barely half an hour had passed, yet the skin around the wound on her right leg was already quietly writhing and healing, and the hole left by the gunshot was gradually shrinking. This was an undead creature. As long as it didn't die immediately, given some time it could recover. On the other side, Yilling finally managed to suppress the surging discomfort and let out a gentle sigh. Phew. I finally recovered. I completely forgot that there is no censorship system here. This smell of blood is really, She turned around, and her gaze immediately fell upon the lonely white figure inside the cage, which made her feel curious. Yilling climbed onto the carriage, squeezed through the middle of the bars bent by Zunyan, and walked step by step in front of Guxi. Her sight dropped, immediately noticing the gunshot wound on her leg that had not yet fully healed, and her brows knitted together unconsciously. Why are you all by yourself here? With your leg hurt like this, does no one care about you at all? This was the first time Guxi had heard a voice without malice or greed, purely carrying care. Her hollow cyan blue eyes moved gently, and having been silent for a long time, she momentarily didn't know how to respond, merely lifting her eyes slightly and gazing blankly at the other party. Zunyan also walked slowly onto the carriage at this moment. She glanced at the two people in the cage, without saying much, and simply took out a white handkerchief from her bosom, bent down and squatted, gently wrapping it around the injured calf. Let's bandage it simply for now. It won't look good if the skin is left with a scar. Yilling took advantage of this idle moment to check her quest log. When entering the village just now, the adventurer quest was already completed. Adventurer. Explore any ruin. Reward. Mini-map. I really didn't expect that an abandoned village would actually count as a ruin. Reward claimed. New quests pop up. Military industry side quest firearms. Prerequisite. Synthesize and place a weapon workbench via the workbench. Reward. Revolver blueprint. Artisan side quest blacksmith. Manually forge any style of cold weapon and any armor using copper or higher materials. Reward. Random armor forging template. Main quest adventurer 2. Head to a civilized gathering place and register to become a qualified adventurer. Yiling only glanced briefly at the new quests and skipped past them. Researching could be done anytime, but Yiling wanted to check out this mini-map function first. As Yiling swiped the icon on her wrist, a holographic projected overhead map appeared before her eyes, containing not only the description of the current zone but also small avatars of creatures including those 3 gray big-nosed avatars in the village. Yiling took note of the information. The person in front of her turned out to be a skeleton girl, Guxi, a very interesting name. Judging by the expression, Guxi couldn't see her mini-map, while Zunyan showed surprise when the mini-map appeared. Perhaps only party members could see her various game panels. At this time, the rescued villagers gripped their crude tools and gathered below the carriage. The leading man had sturdy arms and held a hammer, looking at a glance like the village blacksmith. He raised his head, his voice hoarse yet firm. Many thanks to several heroes for stepping in to save us. Our homeland has long been looted clean by this group of villains. They burn, kill, loot, and commit all sorts of evils. We have a somewhat presumptuous request, please help us reclaim this blood debt. Guxi listened quietly, turning her head to look at Yiling beside her. Yiling also happened to glance at Guxi, thought of something, bent down slightly, leaned close to Guxi's ear, and asked softly in a breathy voice. You're a skeleton, right? Do you need me to give you a bow? On the other side, in the dilapidated wooden house, the pillager's captain was chatting idly with the remaining 2 people. The longer he waited, the more wrong it felt. Even if that zealot was slow and crooked-minded, it was impossible to drag things out for this long. The key was clearly on him. The other party could at best feast their eyes through the cage. Thinking of this, the captain fiercely grabbed that hard-won bolt-action rifle, his knuckles turning white, and looked vigilantly towards the pitch-black night outside the window. Stop chatting, something's wrong. That kid's likely in trouble. How is that possible, Captain? This place is in the middle of nowhere, even more desolate than a slum. Who could possibly come? Another pillager chimed in indifferently. Exactly. Even if someone really came, in front of your firearm, wouldn't it be 1 shot per person? You're just about to get a promotion and get rich, scared of accidents, and needlessly worrying. If you ask me, what kind of person would dare to turn around and rob us? This flattery hit the right spot. The captain's tense expression relaxed slightly, and he sneered. That's true. Won't wait for that loser anymore, let's eat first. As soon as the 3 picked up their bowls and chopsticks and were eating relishly, an unusual commotion suddenly came from outside the house. The captain's expression changed drastically, and he slammed the table fiercely. Damn it. That kid might be trying to run away with the stuff. When they rushed angrily to the entrance of the village, the sight before them made their whole bodies turn cold. On the ground were only wooden boxes scattered everywhere, severely twisted and deformed iron cages, and several burning torches rolling in the dirt. People, all of them were gone. Something was wrong. Even if that zealot really ran away, the captured villagers and that valuable skeleton girl shouldn't have vanished into thin air. The captain suppressed his anger and walked at the very front, with the other 2 closely following on his left and right, not daring to breathe loudly. Swoosh! A hidden arrow pierced through the air from the darkness, slamming viciously into the shoulder of the middle pillager. Severe pain exploded instantly, and he screamed out on the spot. Ah! I've been hit by an arrow. Help! I don't want to die. The captain was so startled by this scream that his hair stood on end. He lunged into the bushes nearby for cover, turned back, and rebuked sternly. Shut up. Stop howling like a bastard. It didn't hit a vital spot. You won't die. Before the words fell, swoosh! Another arrow shot out from the shadows on the other side with vicious force, precisely piercing the right calf of the remaining zealot, the arrowhead poking straight out from the back of the leg. Ah, my leg. Fuck. Where on earth is that person hiding? The captain was also scared out of his wits, holding his gun and firing wildly toward the location where another arrow had been shot. How the fuck would I know? Up until now, let alone a shadow, I don't even know which direction the person is coming from. What? What on earth is going on? Competitors, or skeletons? I've only been captain for 2 days, and I still have heaps of wealth ahead of me. All of this was precisely the ambush laid by Yilling and Guxi. They had the villagers intentionally create a commotion, luring the three pillagers to the open, unobstructed village entrance. There were still light sources on the ground, illuminating them like landmarks in a flat plain. The first arrow came from Yilling. She had originally aimed for the opponent's head, but the distance was too far and her feel was rusty, causing the arrowhead to veer slightly and nail only into the opponent's shoulder. Tisk. Too far, I need to practice when I have time. Daring not to stay long, she immediately lowered her body and quickly relocated. The second arrow came from Guxi on the other side. It was hard to say that personal grievances weren't mixed into the calf position where the arrow had landed. She didn't think about retreating, instead, she calmly notched her bow and shot another arrow, fiercely nailing through the opponent's other leg. And it was precisely this arrow that exposed her hiding spot. Bang! The firearm roared, and the bullet shot toward her hiding place with a piercing whistle. At a critical juncture, Yilling saved the day in time, diving towards Guxi. Watch out. The two tumbled to the ground, the bullet flying past the tops of their heads and striking the tree trunk behind, wood chips splashing everywhere. Yilling quickly got up, glanced through the gaps in the woods, took another look at the mini-map, and her expression sank. That captain is about to run. I'll go chase him. Before her voice faded, she had already lifted her bow and chased into the dense forest. Guxi lay alone on the ground, her mind momentarily blank. That moment just now, we were so close. The warm body temperature, the hurried breathing, the firm strength when protecting her. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Without waiting for her to think it over, her body had already reacted a step ahead, pushing against the ground to stand up, and chasing in the direction Yilling left without hesitation. On the other side, the pillager's captain had long since been scared out of his wits. Gripping his firearm tightly, he ran wildly in the forest. The banner symbolizing his identity as captain had long been thrown away on the road because he found it cumbersome. Running blindly in panic, his foot tripped on a loose stone, and he lost his balance, tumbling and crawling as he fell several meters away, his gun flying out of his hand as well. He climbed up in a wretched state, looking back in lingering fear, and after confirming it was temporarily safe, he hurried to bend down and pick up the gun. Just at the moment when his fingertips were about to touch the gun body, a black high-heeled boot lightly stepped onto the barrel. That wretched person didn't even have time to lift his head before a cold flash erupted and a greatsword leapt from its scabbard, so fast that only a silver arc remained. Zunyan put the sword into her inventory, taught by Yilling, her posture remaining elegant, except that she raised a hand to gently cover her ears. Plop! Two palms landed neatly into the dirt. The next second, a heart-rending scream echoed through the forest. Ah! My hands! My hands! What kind of people on earth are you? Why are you turning on us? Zunyan frowned slightly, her tone carrying a bit of impatience. Tisk, as expected, it's still too noisy. Let me think, what was it that the little cutie said again? She paused, her tone calm, yet every single word was icy. Right, it was this line, we represent the resistance of the lower-class villagers. Having said that, she turned around and left without looking back. In the darkness, several villagers slowly walked out, holding hoes, axes, iron rods, or even just a crude wooden board in their hands. Don't go. Kill me. Give me a quick death. The pillager's captain roared in breakdown, but Zunyan's figure had long vanished into the darkness. He could only watch as several figures surrounded him, wanting to keep running. He was pinned straight to the ground, and his legs were broken. A young village girl bent down, picked up the blood-stained firearm, and gently stroked it, as if wanting to feel the once familiar traces. Taking a deep breath, she then slowly aimed the muzzle at him. Her voice was as light as the night wind, yet like a death sentence. father, I have avenged you. The shrill wails gradually dissipated in the night. Along with the sound of a gunshot, the night returned once more to dead silence. When Zunyan was walking back, Yiling slowly hurried over. Through the mini-map information, Yiling had already seen that Zunyan had stopped that person, so she was not in a hurry. However, as they were getting close, that piercing scream still felt somewhat sudden. Zunyan approached Yiling with an even pace, as if what she had just done was merely an ordinary matter, lifting her skirt to bow as usual. I have successfully fulfilled my mission. Yiling set her mind at ease and checked Zunyan's body from left to right. Although she knew that Zunyan was so strong it was unlikely she would be injured, she still couldn't help worrying. This was her habit. After checking around and seeing no obvious external injuries, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good job, what are the specific details? Thus, Zunyan briefly described the scene just now. At this time, Guxi had also arrived here because she had an injury on her leg. She couldn't run that fast, but she listened very intently, as if she wanted to know the miserable state of that person. That is how it is, and the subsequent matters belong to those villagers. Zunyan adjusted her skirt and dusted off the ash, but she noticed some blood droplets stained on the hem of her skirt, and her mood was not very good. Then the subsequent things have nothing to do with us anymore, right? Shall we go back and loot? What if there are some things they look down upon, yet are very valuable? As this small episode ended, Yiling returned to a player's nature, and her expression also became lively. Zunyan looked at the cutie in front of her who had just been fighting and had already relaxed now, temporarily ignoring that bit of bad mood. Then let's go together. Let's go, time to loot the battlefield. Yiling turned her head to leave, but was grabbed by the hand by Zunyan. Just as Yiling was puzzled, a sense of weightlessness washed over her, and Yiling thus fell right into Zunyan's arms. Immediately, that soft touch pressed against Yiling's side. Yiling was made somewhat flustered by this sudden action. After being stunned for a moment, she was instantly overcome with shame and said somewhat anxiously, "Put me down. I can walk by myself, put me down." Zunyan did not put her down immediately, but only set Yiling down when she heard someone approaching quickly. She originally wanted to kiss Yiling on the cheek, but unfortunately Yiling didn't give her the chance, widening the distance in 2 steps. It is still nicer to hear the cutie's voice when she is flustered, but unfortunately she is still quite shy with strangers. Zunyan favorability, 39%. Meanwhile, Guxi, who was standing to the side, saw the whole process and understood in her heart. So this is how friends interact with each other. Then, because Guxi had a leg injury and indeed didn't walk fast, she was also picked up by Zunyan. Guxi obediently stayed there, burying her head into Zunyan's neck, and weakly said a thank you. Although it was very quiet, Zunyan heard it crystal clear. The voice was very soft and sweet. This fellow's voice is also very nice. Returning to the abandoned village, those 2 abandoned pillagers were already gone, probably dragged away by spiders. The spiders here were the same as in MC, half a person tall. What Yiling was thinking of right now was only to loot supplies. She casually found a room and pushed the door open, if there was a door, but this room had nothing at all. Yiling went next door. There was a chest, but unfortunately inside there were only sprouted potatoes and cobwebs. After searching more than half of the village, the only valuable things Yiling could find were just a few pieces of coal and a few old books. Yiling even doubted whether this place was a ruin. How come there is nothing at all in this place? But thinking about it, a village that was already deserted to begin with, plus the pillagers having paid a visit, being able to have a pair of shoes left would already be considered a rarity. At this time, Guxi walked over, looked at Yiling, and pondered slightly. Then she took Yiling's hand and headed towards the house that the pillagers had previously used as a camp. From far away, one could hear the simple, rustic conversation unique to villagers. As soon as they entered the house, they saw men and women gathered together, relaxing in conversation while eating bread and meat soup. This was the optimism of the villagers. As long as they were still alive and had food to eat, Even if they had just experienced some major event, they could act as if nothing had happened. Looking at it this way, Yiling finally knew how many villagers there were. 3 men and 2 women, plus 1 young girl. This single house could seat them all, and they could even set up a pot. A whole village, with only these 6 people left in this house. Thinking about it carefully, it inevitably made one feel melancholy. Yiling, eat something, a female voice came over. Coming along with it was a piece of dry bread and a bowl of meat soup. That person was precisely Zunyan. Guxi, sitting nearby, was gnawing on dry bread there, her sensitive ears capturing the keyword. Yiling, is this her name? I have remembered it. Yiling took the food and swallowed her saliva. During these 2 days since coming to this world, she had only eaten apples. The only time she ate something else was the mutton chop shortly before. However, due to Yiling's player ability, although the meat's satiety was very strong, it was gone in just a few bites. Thank you. Yiling took the bread and subconsciously took a bite. Ah, toothache. A hard texture came through. If not for the eating code taking effect, she might not have been able to bite off a single piece at all. She had always only heard about bread that could smash walls in the past, but this time she truly saw it. She could only follow how others ate, soaking the bread into the meat soup and eating it after it softened. When entering her mouth, it was indeed much softer and carried soup broth. Although it lacked a bit of salt flavor, this was truly the first proper meal she had eaten since coming to this world. Guxi's hand gnawing on the bread paused. Smelling the fragrance, she swallowed her saliva, moved a bit closer to Yiling, and gently tugged at the hem of Yiling's garment. Yiling, I want to try it too. Yiling and Guxi met gazes. Then, Yiling gave that bowl in her hand to Guxi. Guxi took the wooden bowl, took a sip of the soup first, her eyes lit up, and she began to feast heartily. For some reason, when Yiling saw Guxi's appearance of eating with her head down, a sudden impulse arose in her heart. Afterwards, she placed her hand on Guxi's head and patted it. When the hand first made contact, Guxi's body stiffened visibly for a moment, but she immediately continued gnawing on the bread, except that her actions were slightly slower. The corners of Yiling's mouth curled up slightly, then she withdrew her hand and went deeper into the crowd. The great hero has arrived, come sit quickly. We must get to know each other well. Although you are a woman, you dared to make a move directly, so that we can praise your great achievements later. Right, my name is Big, as you can see, a blacksmith. The one speaking was precisely the one who had come to invite Yiling to step forward. At this moment, the gloom between his brows had already been swept away, entirely portraying a hospitable appearance. Yiling was made somewhat unaccustomed by this sudden praise. I wouldn't dare claim to be a great hero. Just call me Yiling. Currently, I am a traveler. That is just perfect. We plan to go to the nearest gathering place, Oak Town, and then find a new settlement. Looking at the map, it takes about a day's journey from here. I wonder if this hero is willing to come with us. Yiling actively asked the woman nearby for a wooden bowl, ladled some soup, and chatted idly while ladling soup. So close. Then why not leave tonight? Big gave a bitter smile. Because of some, very simple reasons. Hearing those words, Big gave a bitter smile. We haven't eaten much lately, and since it's already late, why don't we get some sleep to recover before we head out? Big paused, his voice softening noticeably. Actually, it's also for safety. Do you see that girl? Yiling looked toward the girl in the corner. She was carefully wiping a gun, and though she was responding to the other's conversation, she couldn't hide the sorrow in her eyes. I see her. Our village is a newly established one. That girl's father was a guard from Oak Town, and he was quite well liked. It's just. Big didn't finish his sentence, but since the gun was now in the girl's hands, it was obvious what that meant. I see. Yiling took a sip of soup, her eyes flickering toward her quest log. After a moment's thought, she gave an affirmative, okay. Main quest adventurer 2. Head to a civilized settlement and register as a qualified adventurer. Reward. Exquisite leather backpack. Going there would be on the way, but even without the quest, Yiling wouldn't have refused. For one thing, she was in an unfamiliar place, so finding a safe area couldn't hurt. For another, she was a bit of a softie. Hearing Yiling say, okay, Big was overjoyed and quickly pulled several crumpled green bills from his pocket. They were printed with emerald patterns and had various denominations. This is a token of our gratitude for saving our lives. It's a little over 500 in total. Seeing the bills, it was impossible for Yiling not to feel an impulse to grab them all. However, her reason told her that since the amount included so much small change, it was likely all the money they had. She initially refused a couple of times, but Big felt uneasy about not giving a reward, and the other villagers felt the same way. In the end, Yiling just symbolically pulled out the largest bill, a 100, and put it in her pocket. This is enough. You guys divide the rest among yourselves and use it for your daily lives. Big wanted to say more, but Yiling interrupted him. Aren't you a blacksmith? When the time comes, you can help us forge some handy weapons or teach me the craft of blacksmithing. Wouldn't that work too? Then I thank you. Big didn't push further since Yiling was willing to accept at least some of it. He handed the remaining money to the person next to him to distribute. As Yiling turned around, she saw a white figure walking outside and seemed to think of something. By the way, do you have any name tags? We do. What do you need those for? At this time, Zunyan and Guxi were sitting outside. The reason Zunyan was outside was simple: the house was too lively and noisy. For someone with sensitive hearing like Zunyan, it was hard to stay inside. This spot was perfect for seeing the starry sky and hearing the conversation inside, so she naturally heard what the little one was planning to do. Guxi was sitting on the steps of a ruined house, pondering her skeleton life. She heard their discussion and knew they were leaving tomorrow during the day. But she also knew she was a skeleton. No matter how human she looked on the outside, she couldn't go out during the day. Furthermore, she didn't know her reason for following along. Those villagers were returning to their community. Yiling was taking on the responsibility of a guard, and the relationship between Zunyan and Yiling was clearly special, so they would naturally go together. Only she belonged to no group and had no reason to follow. She had been alone from the very beginning. Clearly, she could have continued her dull life after they left. But, why? There was an impulse in her heart to follow them. She didn't know why, as she had only met these people once and hadn't even spoken much with them, having only had a brief interaction. A brief interaction. Guxi looked at the white on her leg. It was the bandage Zunyan had used on her. Unwrapping the handkerchief, she saw that besides the hole in her black stockings, the skin had completely healed. She thought back to that scene in the forest where Yiling had shielded her, being close enough to feel her body heat. That was the first time someone had protected her. Then there was the scene in the house just now, where everyone was together, talking to each other, sharing food she had never eaten before, and that doting head pat. Even if the last part might have been her imagination, she didn't dislike the feeling of being touched. But, what reason could she use to follow them? Guxi felt that discomfort called loneliness again. She hugged her knees and curled herself into a ball. Guxi. Look here. Yiling stood in front of Guxi. Guxi looked up at her, not knowing what was about to happen. Yiling cleared her throat and raised her hand. I'll show you a magic trick. Swish, swish. Yiling moved her hands pretentiously, one above the other. Suddenly, a wooden tag, a name tag, appeared in her hand. Naturally, she had used her inventory to achieve this. Although Guxi didn't know what a magic trick was, she was very interested in the skill of suddenly making something appear in one's hand. She pulled Yiling's hand toward her, looking up and down, trying to see where the object had been hidden. Guxi, let me ask you a question. Do you want to come with me? When those words came out, Guxi was a bit dazed. Zunyan was watching the show, and Yiling was feeling a bit awkward. Why is there no reaction? Was I too direct and scared her? Or did I not make myself clear? What should I say now? Just as Yiling was about to cringe so hard her toes curled, the person in front of her spoke. Guxi. Huh. Yiling didn't quite understand what she meant. Guxi was silent for a moment, as if organizing her words, then spoke slowly in a melodious, pleasant voice. Guxi, my name. I want to follow you. After Guxi finished speaking, she looked up at Yiling's expression, as if to make sure she wouldn't go back on her word. Then, Guxi placed Yiling's hand on her own face and gently rubbed against it. This was her way of expressing affection. The corners of Yiling's mouth curled up slightly as she pinched Guxi's cheek. It felt bouncy and a bit cool to the touch. Stow HP pinchwing me. Yiling let go and gently rubbed the spot instead. Then, she took out the name tag and placed it in Guxi's hand. Guxi's name was already on it, having just been engraved. Guxi was very happy. She took the name tag and examined it carefully. As a white light appeared, a ring of light manifested on Guxi's wrist. Guxi has joined the party. Name: Guxi. Race: Skeleton Archer Elite. Buff: Piercing. Ranged attacks come with Piercing Eye effect. Favorability: 21%. Guxi was crouching on the steps, engrossed in playing with the new ring of light on her wrist in her inventory. A rare, faint light flickered in her cyan eyes. Seeing her like this, Yiling couldn't help but smile again. Just as she was about to reach out and touch that long, snow-white hair again, a soft but unmistakably present voice came from behind her. Yiling. Zunyan still stood tall. Her orchid-colored dress looked like a calm, deep sea in the night. The antler-like structures on her head glowed with a very faint blue light, and the giant hands floating on either side of her hung quietly, only occasionally vibrating with nearly inaudible sound waves. During the entire time Yiling had invited Guxi and interacted intimately with her, Zunyan had stood quietly to the side. She hadn't stepped forward or made a sound. She was patient, so patient she was almost silent as she took everything in. But now, Guxi had joined the party, and the excitement had settled. She didn't want to be ignored, even if only for a moment. Yiling turned around, just about to say something, but Zunyan had already stepped forward and naturally took hold of her wrist. Her fingertips were slightly cool, and her grip was light, yet it carried a gentle forcefulness that couldn't be shaken off. She didn't give Yiling any room to refuse or ask questions. Come with me for a moment. Zunyan's voice was very low, heard only by the two of them. I have something to tell you. Without waiting for Yiling's response, she led her away, turning toward a corner of the empty houses shrouded in shadows deep within the ruined village. Away from the villagers and Guxi, who was still studying the system, it was quiet here, with only the sound of the wind and the occasional faint sonar pings from Zunyan's giant hands. Only after confirming no one was around did Zunyan stop. The second she let go of Yiling's hand, she suddenly leaned in slightly toward her. In an instant, a crisp and sweet blueberry scent wafted over. It was Zunyan's scent. Yiling instinctively shrank back but was gently supported at the small of her back by the other woman. The movement was natural and intimate, maintaining the same proactive stance that gave Yiling no chance to react. Zunyan looked down at her. Her dark blue short hair fell over her forehead, making her eyes look deep and gentle. Beneath her dignified appearance lay a hidden playfulness. Little cutie. When no one was around, she finally switched back to that nickname that belonged only to their private moments, making Yiling recall their first meeting when she had also pressed very close. Just now, you had a lot of fun playing with that child. What about me? Yiling's cheeks flushed hot. She instantly understood the faint possessiveness in her words and hurriedly tried to explain. I was just. Before she could finish, Zunyan suddenly leaned in a few inches closer, the distance between them so small they could feel each other's breath. She raised her hand and gently brushed the back of her fingers against Yiling's burning cheek, an elegant and flirtatious gesture. I'm not unhappy. Zunyan chuckled softly, the light hum of sound waves rising slightly behind her. It's just. Little cutie is so good to others, you can't forget about me. Her fingertips slid down slowly and gently hooked around Yiling's. The moment their fingers interlocked, Yiling froze entirely, her heart racing uncontrollably. Seeing her instantly reddened ear tips and flushed face, the smile in Zunyan's eyes could finally no longer be hidden and overflowed bit by bit. This was the reaction she wanted. She wanted her little cutie to be flustered because of her, to blush because of her, and to be unable to think because of her. Are you that easily embarrassed? Zunyan lowered her head slightly, her breath falling on Yiling's forehead, gentle yet assertive. Next time, don't ignore me for so long, okay? Yiling opened her mouth but couldn't say a single word. She could only let the other woman hold her hand and let that sweet blueberry scent envelop her completely. Her entire face turned red from her cheeks to her ears, and even her neck took on a faint pink hue. Zunyan like this is really hard to handle. Only after seeing Yiling's distressed and helpless look did Zunyan finally let out a satisfied soft laugh. She stepped back half a pace and restored her usual dignified and elegant posture, as if the person who had just been boldly teasing and pressing forward wasn't her. All right. She retreated half a step, her tone returning to its usual calm, though the tenderness in her eyes remained. Let's go back, otherwise. Guxi won't be able to find you. Yiling stood in place, her heart still pounding wildly. She didn't recover for a long time. She had been completely passive the whole time. Just as she was about to speak, she had been shut down by Zunyan. Meanwhile, seeing her like this, the corners of Zunyan's mouth curled up as she turned and walked back in an excellent mood. Favorability, 41%. As they passed Guxi on the way, she happened to look up and immediately noticed Yiling, who hadn't quite recovered yet. Although she didn't know what had just happened, she somehow came to a conclusion. Did Zunyan win? In the time that followed, Yiling used her player abilities to properly repair an abandoned house and used her remaining 5 iron ingots to forge a perfectly fitting iron helmet for Guxi. She handed the helmet to Guxi and softly instructed, "Wear this, and you won't be burned by the sun during the day. I'll have to trouble you to keep watch tonight." After saying that, she turned and went into the room to rest. Upon entering the room, she saw Zunyan already sitting upright by the bed. She'd patted the sheets, gesturing for Yiling to come over. Yiling hadn't noticed when she had come in and instinctively blurted out, "Why are you here too? Where else would I sleep?" Zunyan's reason was blunt and irrefutable. Yiling wanted to say something more, but Zunyan reached out and pulled her onto the bed. To prevent her from speaking, she gently pinched Yiling's lips with 2 fingers. Shish, be quiet. Get some sleep and don't overthink things. Yiling couldn't help but complain in her head, how could I not overthink things? We're pressed too close together. But when she actually lay down to sleep, the player's sleep code took effect instantly, and she immediately entered a deep sleep. Zunyan looked at the peaceful sleeping face of the person in her arms and chuckled to herself, she really falls asleep as soon as she says she will. This makes things convenient for me. Soon, a series of rustling sounds, purpose unknown, came from under the covers. Outside, Guxi took on the task of keeping watch while looking forward to the arrival of daylight in her heart. She had always wanted to see the sunrise and sunset with her own eyes, but unfortunately, as soon as the sun rose in the past, she couldn't stay outside. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding sounds had long since fallen silent. Even in the nearby villagers' house, only a single figure remained awake, also keeping watch. The horizon gradually turned pale, first with a very faint golden red, then slowly bleeding out, dyeing the entire sky a gentle orange. Guxi gripped the ring of light on her wrist, took a deep breath, and slowly put on the iron helmet. The cool metal pressed against her skin, yet it gave her an unprecedented sense of peace. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell onto her helmet, reflecting in tiny glints of light. Guxi looked up and, for the first time during the day, clearly saw a complete sunrise. Golden light covered the earth, and the air seemed to gain warmth. She reached out her hand, letting the sunlight fall on her fingertips, feeling that warm but non-burning power. She had welcomed the first ray of sunlight in her life. Favorability, 22%. On the second day, the villagers loaded their belongings onto the carriage, and then the group drove the carriage along a road where ruts could no longer be seen. Guxi lay on the carriage along with the boxes, covered with a white cloth, because she was too sleepy to walk alongside them. As a nocturnal undead, she still needed some time to adapt and adjust. Facing blocking monsters such as zombies and skeletons, Yiling cleaned them up with increasing ease, showing no trace of fear, and even actively approached them to obtain drops. On Big's side, they had also encountered an undead just now. That zombie lunged at them while still on fire, and its near-rotting stench along with its unrecognizable body would give anyone a fright. Fortunately, he reacted in time and knocked down the zombie first, otherwise, being bitten was no laughing matter. But looking at Yiling's side, not only was she unafraid, but she was also handling things with ease and had time to take a couple of bites to eat. As for Zunyan, she took out one with a single sword stroke, unhurried, just like brushing aside weeds blocking the path. The actions of the two filled Big and all the villagers with deep admiration, and afterwards, he and the others dragged the corpse of that zombie off the road. As expected of heroes, not afraid at all upon seeing these undead, and they even purified them directly without leaving any corpses behind. Little did they know, in Yiling's vision, that zombie was just a blocky person. While being burned by flames and making EHEH noises, it raised its hands and slowly approached Yiling, attempting to slap her. At most, one or two pieces of clothing were different, so there really was nothing to be afraid of. Corpses. That's right. The corpses of the undead have always been a troublesome matter. Not only do they pollute the land, but they also make people sick, so we always pile the undead corpses together, leave them to be purified by the sun, or set them on fire to burn. But your methods, with just simple attacks, can turn such a terrifying and putrid existence directly into powder. It's truly amazing. Perhaps I just come with smite built-in. Yiling said half-jokingly, causing Guxi on the carriage to inexplicably shudder. It must have been the bumps from the carriage, right? But, terrifying and putrid. Yiling recalled the zombie she saw just now. Wasn't its skin just a little green? What was there to be afraid of? And the smell wasn't that heavy either. However, she suddenly associated this with something. So many things in front of her were not pixelated, so why were monsters like zombies original pixel art? This didn't make sense. Therefore, Yiling searched through her own game system to see if there was anything related. After searching for a long time, she finally found a special option in the video settings. Cognitive filter 25%. Yiling tried turning it up to 100%, and the world instantly transformed into the classic MC block style. However, the people beside her also turned into big-nosed villagers. Although she could understand what their words meant, they sounded just like the villagers, hums and haws, and her own hands also turned into blocky hands, unable to feel the existence of fingers. Dragging it to 75%, the movements became smooth and fluent, probably the effect of adding animation optimization. The pixels were finer, and the voices of the villagers could be heard clearly as to what they were saying. Dragging it to 50%, the world lost a bit of its sharp edges, the scenes became more detailed, and the people around her began to take on human shapes. At least she could distinguish between men and women, and she could feel the existence of her fingers. Then Yiling became curious about what kind of effect 0% would have. When she dragged it to 0%, Yiling didn't feel much until she saw the zombie on the side. That was no longer a blocky person, but a foul, pale thing just like a walker. Perhaps this one had formed for a long time, and its skin even had maggots growing on it. Damn, that scared me to death. Frightened, Yiling quickly adjusted the cognitive filter's working efficiency back to 25%, split the zombie's head open with an axe, and threw in an extra kick to send it flying aside. Better keep it on to protect mental health. After this brief episode, peace prevailed for a while. As evening approached, the outlines of houses in the distance could already be seen. Hero, that is Oak Town over there. We are almost there. Once we reach the town, we will be safe. That is Oak Town. It looks quite big. From afar, Yiling saw that cluster of buildings. At first, she thought it was an illusion, that it only looked rather large, but after getting closer, she realized that this town was outrageously big. First was the outer wall, built with stone and logs, with watchtowers on top. On both sides of the main gate, there was a guard each, with an iron golem standing behind them. There were also sentry guards on the watchtowers. If Yilling didn't see wrong, the people on the watchtowers were uniformly holding guns. The exact model was unclear, but it could be determined to be some kind of bolt-action rifle. Just a single gate has such complete firepower, and this is just a small town. Just how strong is the villagers' organization in this world? As it was growing dark, there were still people entering the town. Most of them were farmers who had been farming outside, and some others had also come with luggage. They could not enter directly for the time being, and needed the guards to inspect personnel and goods before being cleared. However, their inspections were quite fast, seeming only to confirm whether there were other things among the people and goods. Soon, it was Yilling and her group's turn. The iron golem behind seemed to have sensed something and took 2 steps forward. Big noticed this keenly and stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, officer. We want to enter the city. Could you please do us a favor and let us through?" Hearing the voice, the guard stopped the iron golem, looked up, and said, "Yo, Big, didn't you go pioneering with the team? How come you're back?" Hearing that this person recognized him, Big thought and recognized him, then came to a sudden realization, "It's you. Jakes, damn, how long has it been since I left, and you've already made squad leader? Who are you looking down on? But you haven't answered the question yet. Why are you back, and bringing people back with you?" Hearing this, Big felt a bit melancholic. "We were attacked by pillagers. Out of 15 people, only 6 are left. Nolan, he killed 3 of them, and didn't disgrace our teacher. However, we still met kind people. If not for these few, we might not have been able to come back." Finished speaking, Big stepped aside to clear the line of sight, allowing the person in front to see Yilling, Zunyan, and Guxi, who had just woken up and jumped off the carriage. "Is that so? Then where is Nolan's daughter? Inherited her dad's mantle, she's at the back of the carriage." Over here, Yilling saw those 2 people being melancholic one moment and nervous the next, so she walked over to strike up a conversation, met an acquaintance. Big replied, "Yeah, an old brother. But your identities are a bit tricky to handle. Brother, can you help out?" Jakes rubbed his chin, as if thinking about something, and finally said in a low voice, "I trust you, but the undead cannot enter the city. You know that, unless there is a means to constantly manage her and prevent her from harming people." Yilling didn't think of what he meant by that for a moment. Like what? Jakes calmly spat out a word. "Like a muzzle, or a collar." Is something wrong with my ears? What did you just say?" Yilling completely froze, almost thinking she had heard wrong. "A collar. Put a collar on Guxi." Jex took one look and knew she had misunderstood, hurriedly explaining in a low voice, "Don't overthink it, people in our town occasionally carry items or goods with undead attributes. Undead auras will provoke the iron golem into attacking, easily triggering a riot. Therefore, for safety, they must either be packed in a sealed container or wear a special aura isolating collar, which is just used to block undead fluctuations, meaning nothing else." He didn't point it out directly, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. He knew Guxi was undead, and if they wanted to enter the city peacefully, she had to wear this item. Yilling's heart tightened, and she quickly turned back to the team, whispering the situation to Zunyan and Guxi. Guxi merely tilted her head blankly, her snow-white long hair draped over her shoulders, her cyan blue eyes entirely pure. She didn't understand what a collar represented, nor did she know what undead auras meant, simply gazing obediently at Yilling as if waiting for arrangements, willing to nod no matter what she was asked to do. Meanwhile, Zunyan had already quietly put away the floating giant hands on both sides before approaching the town, standing demurely in a deep orchid long dress, looking no different from an ordinary noble girl. But after hearing Yilling's words, the deep blue depths of her eyes curved slightly, quietly taking a step forward and subtly guiding Yilling into the shadows. Until no one was paying attention here, she leaned in slightly, her blueberry-like sweet body fragrance gently wrapping around Yilling's nose tip. A collar. Zunyan repeated in a low voice, pressing her voice soft and light, carrying a hint of deliberately teasing amusement, as the little cutie worried that Guxi and I would be unwilling. Yilling's cheeks grew hot, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, I don't mean that. I just feel, it's a bit strange. Putting a collar on someone always feels like marking them as private property. Private property. Zunyan suddenly reached out, her fingertips gently hooking Yilling's collar and giving it a slight tug, pulling her a little closer. Before Yilling could dodge, she had already lowered her head, her breath landing on Yilling's burning oracle. If the little cutie puts it on me with your own hands. Not to mention a collar, I'd be willing to do anything. Yilling instantly froze in place, blushing bright red all at once. Before she even had time to retort, Zunyan had already let go of her hand, resuming that demure and elegant appearance, as if the heart-skipping teasing words just now were merely said casually. I'm fine, and Guxi will be obedient too. Zunyan calmly looked at the white-haired girl standing obediently aside, her tone calm. You just go and agree to them. No, it's not. That sentence you just said. Zunyan turned back to look at her, a shallow smile hidden in the depths of her eyes. Which sentence just now? She clearly knew everything, yet deliberately acted innocent. Yilling opened her mouth, unable to squeeze out a single word, and could only turn her head to look at Guxi with a blushing face. And Guxi only gently pulled the corner of her clothes and gave a slight nod. On one side was the ignorant and well-behaved Guxi, and on the other was Zunyan, who teased step by step and could make overstepping actions at any moment. Standing in the middle, Yilling felt as if her entire face was about to burn up. Finally, Yilling still put the collar on Guxi. She was very well behaved, seemingly treating this thing as some kind of accessory, her fingertips curiously touching the cold metal ring, looking up to curve her eyes at Yilling. Meanwhile, the moment Yilling turned around, Zunyan leaned in close once again, the sweet fragrance of blueberries wrapping around her breath, gently brushing past Yilling's burning oracle. Little cutie, when will you put one on me too? Yilling's face flushed bright red once again. Just as she was about to say something, Zunyan had already smiled and stepped back, resuming her demure appearance, as if those teasing words just now were merely a joke. After a brief farewell with Big and his group at the city gate, Yilling, Zunyan, and Guxi walked toward the inn in the town center. Yilling originally wanted to open 2 rooms so they could sleep separately from her, but Zunyan gently grabbed her wrist, her tone calm and unquestionable. 1 room is enough, it can save a lot of emeralds. That 100 denomination emerald voucher spent 12 emeralds just to open 1 room. As soon as they settled their luggage, the gluttonous Guxi was lured away by the aroma drifting from the tavern downstairs. She clung to the edge of the bar, her cyan blue eyes staring intently at the freshly baked cookies in the landlady's hands, her saliva almost unstoppable. Looking at this young girl who was so thin she looked like she could be blown over by a gust of wind, the landlady's heart softened instantly, and she smilingly stuffed half a bag of cookies into her hands. Guxi held the paper bag and whispered, "Thank you," and that soft voice made the landlady feel very comfortable inside. Not long after, Yilling came downstairs. Not only did she settle the bill for that half bag of cookies, but she also bought the remaining half bag extra, and picked up an extra box of candy. She remembered that Zunyan was used to eating sweet things. Even though it cost another 5 emeralds. Zunyan leaned against the staircase entrance, watching Yilling hand the candy box to her, a shallow smile rising in her deep blue eyes. After taking it, she didn't leave immediately, but instead leaned in slightly, saying in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "The little cutie still remembers I like sweet things. Then do you want to eat together? I'll pass, I'll just eat some cheap bread to replenish my hunger meter. Eating these would be a waste for me, so you should eat them." This time, Yiling wasn't flustered by Zunyan's teasing like usual. Her tone was calm and natural, as if she had slowly gotten used to the other's occasional close probings. Zunyan pinched that fruit gummy between her fingertips, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, softly murmuring in her heart, "The little cutie won't blush just from this anymore. Then I'll have to change the method." Returning to the room, inside was a spacious double bed. The wine-red wool bedding was soft and fluffy, and as soon as one sat on it, they would sink in gently, so comfortable that it made people not want to move. So soft. Guxi squinted her eyes as soon as she lay on the bed, her snow-white long hair scattering across the mattress surface, enjoying the softness of this bedding. Zunyan sat down on the other side of the bed, raising her hand to gently pat the bedding. This action was excessively familiar, identical to that night at the abandoned village, except back then Yiling was affected by the sleep code and sleeping too soundly, having no idea what happened afterward. But this time, she was awake. As soon as Yiling sat down by the bedside, before she even had time to speak, her wrist was gently grasped by a slightly cool hand. Zunyan's movement was very slow, yet carried an inescapable gentle strength. Without waiting for her to react, she pulled Yiling's fingers in front of herself, lowering her eyelids, her fingertips gently rubbing against Yiling's knuckles. "The little cutie adapts, really fast." She spoke softly, the fresh and sweet scent of blueberries enveloping her bit by bit. The next second, Zunyan opened her mouth slightly and bit Yiling's fingertips lightly, not very forcefully, more like an ambiguous kiss. Yiling's whole body stiffened, instantly panicking. "Zunyan, you." Before she finished speaking, Zunyan had already released her fingers, her other hand naturally wrapping around Yiling's waist, giving a gentle pull to bring her closer to herself. Her palm, separated by thin clothing, slowly stroked across Yiling's waist and back, her movements soft yet highly aggressive, every inch of touch making Yiling tremble uncontrollably. "Why you, don't be like this. This isn't right." Yiling's voice tightened as she tried to push her away, but her hands pressed against Zunyan's shoulders couldn't muster any strength at all. Zunyan only let out a low laugh, not only stopping her hand, but instead moving even closer. She raised her hand slightly, her fingertips deftly unbuttoning the topmost two buttons of Yiling's jacket, her movements elegant and proficient. "What's not right?" She leaned down and whispered in Yiling's ear, her breath brushing past the tips of her ears, her hand still leisurely and steadily pressing against Yiling's waistline and moving gently downward, carrying an irresistible temperature. "I'm just wanting to get a little closer to my little cutie." Yiling's brain was completely blank, all rejections jammed in her throat, unable to speak a single complete sentence. She could clearly feel the temperature of the other's palm, the slightly cool fingertips, the breathing right beside her, and that lingering blueberry fragrance, wrapping her up tightly. She clearly knew that this was too intimate, clearly wanted to say no, but in Zunyan's step-by-step pressing gentleness, she couldn't even say a complete retort. After all, she didn't really dislike it like this, and even looked forward to it a bit. But reason told her that they had known each other for less than 4 days and couldn't be this intimate, yet she could only helplessly freeze in place, her cheeks and earlobes turning completely red at a rate visible to the naked eye. Watching her flustered and helpless appearance of wanting to escape yet unable to, Zunyan was finally satisfied, getting off Yiling, moving to the side, and starting to take off her clothes. Why you, what are you doing again?" Yiling completely didn't dare to look anymore, covering her eyes and turning around, her mind imagining possible scenarios. However, it must be said that this time Yiling overthought it. Zunyan took off her clothes, quickly slipped into a nightgown, pulled Yiling into her arms, and gently massaged the palms of her hands. "Good night, little cutie." Guxi on the other side was a bit confused. She clearly remembered last night, when seeing Zunyan pressing on top of Yiling through the crack of the window, she was touching her up and down incessantly, and when discovered, Zunyan said it was giving Yiling a massage to relax. Why wasn't she continuing today? She even wanted to learn and try it out. Yiling would venture to say that this was the most comfortable sleep she had had in quite some time, The soft and warm bed and the secure private space made her want to linger in bed for a while longer even after waking up. It was definitely not because she woke up to find Zunyan wrapping her arms around her waist and refusing to let go, nor because Guxi had curled up in her arms like she wanted to join in on the fun, with one leg lightly resting on her body. Yiling's hands weren't very well behaved either. Upon discovering the little one in her arms, her first reaction was to casually stroke her soft hair, causing Guxi to immediately burrow deeper into the covers with a comfortable sigh, rubbing her small head against Yiling's chest like a kitten that had found a warm nest. Cute. Wait a second, when Zunyan is like that with me, doesn't she have this exact same mindset? Yiling snapped back to her senses, subconsciously turning her head to look in Zunyan's direction. Zunyan was not yet awake. Her profile looked exceptionally gentle in the morning light, with her long eyelashes drooping and her breathing light and shallow, yet the arm wrapped around Yiling's waist was tightened fiercely, as if she feared Yiling would run away the moment she opened her eyes. Not only that, but the other woman's legs were also slightly bent, practically half-pressed against Yiling's calves, clinging tightly to her in an intensely possessive posture. Combined with Guxi in her arms, Yiling moved her shoulders slightly and was startled to realize she was completely surrounded by the two of them. Forget getting up, she couldn't even make any moderately large turns. She tried to gently push Zunyan's shoulder and wanted to move Guxi's calf off her body, but both of them were sleeping soundly, and the moment she let go, they only hugged her tighter. Warm breaths fell against the side of her neck and her chest from left and right, their soft touch entangling her so thoroughly that she couldn't move. After struggling 2 or 3 times, Yiling completely gave up. Since she couldn't break free and didn't dare use force to wake them up, she simply resigned herself to lying flat, shifting her gaze to silently look at the system quest log in front of her that only she could see. Let's make some progress on the quests today. Military Industry Branch Line Ranged Weapons. Prerequisite. Craft and place a weapon workbench using the workbench. Reward. Revolver Blueprint. Artisan Branch Line Blacksmith. Manually forge any style of melee weapon and any piece of armor made of copper or higher materials. Reward. Random Armor Forging Template. Main Quest Adventurer 2. Head to a civilized settlement and register as a qualified adventurer. Reward. Exquisite Leather Backpack. For the first task, Yiling glanced at the crafting table and discovered a separate mod item category, except after clicking it, the spot where the category name should have been displayed was completely blank, and the icon was also very new. Yiling had never seen a firearm mod icon look like this before. Looking down, there were several types of workbenches, with the weapon workbench taking top priority. Clicking it open, the required materials were 3 raw logs, 1 iron block, and 4 iron ingots. Yiling hadn't actually been down into a mine even once up to this point. I need to go mining when I have some free time. Further down, the task blacksmith and its manual forging caught Yiling's attention. It sounded like it couldn't rely on the workbench and required another method to craft armor. Yiling decided to learn from Big when the time came. Big was a blacksmith and should know about this sort of thing. The next one, Adventurer 2, judging by the quest description, seemed to be about registering as an adventurer, which inevitably reminded Yiling of those otherworldly anime stories where the protagonist becomes an adventurer, brings along girls to go in and out of various dangerous places, and achieves a legendary status. Now this is an essential trope for otherworldly transmigrations. This could actually be done right away, provided she could escape from the enclosure of the 2 people. Just at that moment, the body on her left moved. Zunyan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and those slightly glowing eyes slowly opened, their gaze locking onto Yiling's face instantly. The moment she confirmed that Yiling was still by her side, the languidness in the depths of her eyes was instantly replaced by smiles. Not only did she not let go, but she directly flipped over, pressing half her body on top of Yiling. The weight increased abruptly, and Yiling let out a muffled groan subconsciously. The quilt on Zunyan's body also slid down slightly with this movement, barely receding to Zunyan's shoulders, revealing her smoothly lined collarbones and the dazzling expanse of snowy white from her shoulders down. Morning. Yiling averted her gaze, trying her best to make her tone sound calm and natural, pretending not to see that scenery. Morning, little cutie. Zunyan's voice carried the hoarseness of just waking up, making it exceptionally alluring. She had no intention of getting up. Instead, she propped her head up with her elbow, while her other hand leisurely drew circles on Yiling's waist. You've been awake for so long, have you been staring at me the whole time? I did not. Yiling immediately retorted, though the tips of her ears quietly turned red. I was just wondering whether we should go to the Adventurers Guild today to register our profiles. The Adventurers Guild. Zunyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly not surprised by this proposal. She finally deigned to move away from Yiling, smoothly sitting up. As she tidied her slightly messy hair, she offered her own perspective. That's actually a pretty good idea. With an official status, it'll be much more convenient whether you're taking on quests or exchanging supplies. However, the guild is full of all sorts of people. With your appearance, you'll probably be pestered the moment you step inside. As she spoke, she lifted the quilt and got out of bed. The morning light spilled through the gaps in the curtains, happening to land on her body and outlining her smooth, toned body curves completely. Yiling subconsciously glanced over there, her heart suddenly skipping a beat. She quickly retracted her gaze, but couldn't help quietly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. See no evil, hear no evil. She chanted silently in her heart, simply turning her head to look at the system panel and pretending to study the usage of the remaining 83 emeralds. After registering the profiles, I can have Zunyan and Guxi go buy some things, and then I'll go find Big. He's a blacksmith, which just happens to help me complete the armor forging quest. If there's time, I also need to practice combat. I can't always rely on Zunyan for protection. Yiling calculated to herself, and the sound of fabric friction came from behind her, presumably Zunyan putting on her clothes. Just at this time, a subtle movement came from her arms. Guxi rubbed her eyes and sat up, her sleepy-eyed appearance looking very much like a newly awakened kitten. Her snowy white long hair was draped messily over her shoulders, with a small ahoge sticking up. Sitting there squinting and zoning out, she looked like she was booting up a system. After a while, she stretched, her body emitting the sound of stretching bones. She looked around blankly, and when her sight landed on Zunyan, before she had time to react, she was scooped over by the other woman. Awake. Zunyan pinched Guxi's cheeks and ran her fingertips down her ahoge, treating her completely as a plaything in her hands. Guxi didn't resist either, just obediently leaning into her arms and quietly listening to the conversation between the two. Yiling stated her plans. After registering later, let's go to the supply station to buy some necessities. As for the remaining emeralds, I want to go find Big to learn blacksmithing. I can't keep troubling you guys all the time. Zunyan was noncommittal about this, only lowering her head to tease the little one in her arms. Did you hear that? Little lazybones, we're heading out later. Guxi blinked, fell silent for a few seconds, and suddenly raised her head, asking in a soft, waxy voice. When can we eat? As soon as those words came out, Zunyan couldn't help laughing out loud, finally feeling like she had finished playing. She pinched Guxi's nose. Such a little foodie. Alright, let's get you dressed first, then go downstairs to eat. She skillfully dressed Guxi, her fingers passing through that soft long hair to comb it smooth and tie it up. Yiling also seized the opportunity to quickly put on her clothes, avoiding falling into any more awkward situations. A moment later, Guxi touched the collar around her neck to confirm it wouldn't fall off, while Zunyan put on her eye patch. The three of them got themselves ready, pushed open the room door, and went downstairs, where the aroma of food was already drifting from the restaurant on the ground floor. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Moe-fied Minecraft. Daily adventures in the game world. Part 2. The aroma of breakfast, mixed with the wheat scent of freshly baked bread, drifted throughout the small shop. On the table for three, a portion of pork chop was neatly placed for each person, accompanied by steaming thick soup. Yilling picked up her own pork chop. The crust was fried to a crisp, yet it was unexpectedly tender and juicy when bitten into. However, as a player, Yilling had a relatively high appetite. As she chewed and swallowed, the fullness bar on her status interface slowly climbed, moving from just over halfway and finally stopping at 7 bars. Not fully replenished. Without hesitation, she turned around and went back to the counter to buy 2 more pieces of bread. The freshly baked bread was soft and warm, not needing to be soaked in soup like the dry and hard supplies from before just to be swallowed. She quickly ate 1 piece, bringing her fullness close to maximum, and carefully placed the remaining piece into an empty slot in her backpack to replenish herself when hungry. On the other side, Guxie's eating manner was completely different. Unlike Zunyan, who used a knife and fork elegantly, she directly reached out to pick up the pork chop, nibbling on it in small bites, her cheeks stuffed and bulging like a little hamster hoarding food. Focused and enjoying herself, her legs under the table swung back and forth, as if she were completely intoxicated by it. Soon, a pork chop was down to the bottom. Guxie licked her fingertips with a lingering aftertaste, sucking the very last bit of meaty fragrance into her mouth. She looked up at the counter, then quickly lowered her head, her fingers clutching the corner of her clothes tightening slightly. Clearly she hadn't eaten enough, but she was sensible enough not to ask for more. That cautious appearance made Yilling's heart soften. If anyone goes hungry, the child shouldn't be the one. She stood up with a smile and walked straight to the counter. "Lady boss, I'll take another portion of pork chop." The lady boss, who was wiping a plate, paused upon hearing this, looked up at Guxie beside the table, and then glanced at Yilling, her eyes filled with shock. That child had just eaten a whole pork chop, and this young lady looked only about 17 or 18 years old. How could her appetite be so astonishing? Meeting the lady boss's astonished gaze, Yilling smiled helplessly, her voice not loud, but loud enough for the other person to hear clearly. Well, she used to live alone, struggling desperately just to earn food and drink, and she's never had a full meal. Look at her, there isn't much meat on her body either. As soon as these words were spoken, the lady boss instantly imagined a whole set of plots. A homeless, impoverished girl struggling alone in a dangerous world, leaving early and returning late just for a bite to eat, with no peaceful days whatsoever. Thinking back to how Guxie looked like she had never seen the world when she followed Yilling in last night, she became even more convinced of her own idea. Ah, this child has really suffered. The lady boss sighed, went to the back kitchen to prepare the food, added an extra half portion, put them together on a plate, and pushed it in front of Yilling. Take it. Consider it a treat from Auntie. No matter who suffers, a child shouldn't suffer, let her eat her fill. Thank you. Wish you a booming business. Yilling took the heavy plate, feeling warm inside. It's nothing, I also like this child when I look at her. She carried the pork chop back to the table, and as soon as she put it down, Guxie raised her head, her moist red eyes looking at her sparklingly with a bit of pleasant surprise. Remember to say thank you to the lady boss. Yilling rubbed her hair. Only then did Guxie pick up the new pork chop. This time she ate a bit slower than before, yet still cherished it exceptionally. Zunyan watched this scene, the corners of her mouth curling into an imperceptible, gentle arc. After finishing the meal, Yilling counted the emerald vouchers in her hand. After paying 17 currency units, she had exactly 66 left in denomination, the numbers looking exceptionally auspicious. She carefully put away the vouchers, took Guxie's hand, and walked towards the door together with Zunyan. Before leaving, Guxie obediently ran up to the lady boss and whispered a thank you. The lady boss's heart melted, and she fished out a fruit candy wrapped in candy paper from the counter and stuffed it into her hand. The little one pinched the candy, with not much expression on her face, but looking closely, the corners of her mouth were secretly curving upward a little, like hiding a little sun. The soft and cute look made Yilling unable to help rubbing her head again. The town wasn't particularly big or small, considered spacious in MC, but in reality, it could be walked through in just a few steps. Without walking for a few minutes, an exceptionally eye-catching building rushed into sight, surrounded by low one-story wooden cabins. Only here stood a three-story small building. On its outer wall hung a green-backed flag embroidered with crossed axes and swords, swaying gently in the wind. It was precisely the Adventurers Guild. Pushing open the door and entering, the scene inside was completely opposite to the grandeur outside, polarized severely. On the left, it was a messy bunch. Adventurers were huddled together in groups of 3 or 5, some were slapping the table and laughing loudly, others were whispering complaints about quests. Most of their equipment was pieced together. Old armor, worn leather boots, iron swords with scratches. Every single piece was stained with dust and wind, full of adventure stories. The right side, however, was completely the opposite, clean and tidy, with tables and chairs neatly arranged. Adventurers wearing uniform standard armor sat around together, whispering discussions about plans over unfolded maps and intelligence, calm and professional. Noisiness and quietness, roughness and exquisiteness, wonderfully coexisted in the same space. Guxi followed behind Yilling, and Zunyan naturally clung to her side. The three of them walked straight toward the front desk ahead. Sitting behind the front desk was a young girl wearing a formal tailcoat, with long white hair. The ahoge on top of her head swayed back and forth, bangs covering one of her eyes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, while her rhombus-shaped pupils were exceptionally special. Thick forms were placed in front of her, but she was staring at a manuscript filled with handwriting with a frown, her pen tip suspended in midair unable to fall for a long time, seeming to be worried about something. Pinned to her chest was a small name tag with 2 words written on it, Wangxing, which was presumably a pseudonym used for service. Hello, we would like to register adventurer profiles. Yilling spoke softly, which finally pulled Wangxing back from her own world. She snapped back to her senses, hurriedly put away the manuscript, and put on a standard professional smile. Sorry, I was just busy with some personal matters. The 3 of you are registering for the first time, right? Please wait a moment, I'll get the forms. Saying that, Wangxing handed over a piece of paper. Yilling looked at the content on it with some confusion, and couldn't help reading out, have you truly forgotten all those past days? Zunyan thought it was talking to her, and replied very naturally, you mean, when we first met? Well, I certainly haven't forgotten that. Saying that, she even gave a soft chuckle. Wangxing suddenly realized something was wrong, hurriedly snatched the manuscript back from Yilling's hand, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Sorry, I took the wrong one. I found this from somewhere else and accidentally put it together with the forms. Wangxing felt very awkward in her heart, hurriedly handed over the official forms and passed a pen. The 3 of you just need to sign your names here. The registration fee is 10 emerald vouchers per person, 30 in total. Yilling took the pen and was just about to lower her head to sign when Zunyan beside her suddenly stepped forward half a step, gently embracing her waist and pulling her slightly into her arms. The movement was natural and intimate, and the warm breath fell against Yilling's earlobe, causing the tips of her ears to instantly turn red. I can't see, help me write it. This scene happened to be caught by Wangxing, who had looked up to collect the money. The young girl's eyes lit up with a swoosh, her previously lifeless brain instantly energized, and her brain that had been stuck for a long time suddenly burst with inspiration. She pulled a notebook and pen out from under the table, lowered her head and frantically scribbled away. The pen tip rustled on the paper, and after writing a few sentences, she couldn't help looking up to steal a glance at Yilling and Zunyan, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a treasure. So ship-worthy, so fool-ship-worthy. The elegant lady and her pure guard, I've already imagined everything. Zunyan seemed to have noticed her gaze, and instead of dodging, she tightened her arm even more deliberately, her fingertips lightly brushing against Yiling's waist, and lowered her head to whisper something in her ear. Yiling stiffened all over for a moment, her cheeks slightly burning. Wanting to dodge but being tightly encircled, the ambiguous atmosphere was almost overflowing. Wang Xing wrote even more enthusiastically, the corners of her mouth curling up frantically, the pen in her hand moving so fast it left afterimages, wishing she could draw the scene in front of her into an illustration on the spot and paste it onto the manuscript. After the small episode had gone on for quite a while, Wang Xing finally put down her pen reluctantly, put away the emerald vouchers, turned around to take out 3 iron compasses from the cabinet, and went to the back to prepare. In a short while, the compasses were obtained. They were exquisitely crafted, with fine carvings engraved on the edges, and the backs had just been thermally branded with the 3 people's names using a carving knife, along with a string of exclusive adventurer serial numbers, which was the symbol of official members of the guild. Congratulations to the 3 of you for officially becoming registered adventurers. When adventurers encounter environments such as ruins, they have the right to retain items, but books and the like need to be handed over, this is our obligation. Wang Xing smiled with a meaningful expression, her eyes still lingering between the two. In the future, if you have any task or intelligence needs, you can come to the front desk to find me. It's best if 2 people come together. Yiling felt a bit embarrassed by her look, hurriedly put away the compass, and pulled Guxi back a step. Main Quest Adventurer 2 completed. Reward. Exquisite leather backpack. Main Quest Adventurer 3. Fully explore an undiscovered ruin and obtain the final reward. Reward. Item Wilderness Tent. Refined name tag, 1000 emerald vouchers. Main Quest Village Chief. Establish your own territory and have 10 territory residents join. Reward. Building Workbench, Building Generation in I. Enchanting Side Quest Enchanting Master I. Add 3 or more enchantments to at least 1 item. Reward. Advanced Enchanting Table. According to the previous plan, the 3 of them parted ways here. Zunyan took a portion of the emerald vouchers handed over by Yiling, bent down to rub Guxi's head. I'll take her to buy clothes and necessities, and stock up on some food by the way. After finishing, I'll take her to the blacksmith's shop to find you. Good. Yiling nodded, remembering the reward she had just obtained, and gave the backpack to Zunyan. You can use this to pack things, it can store items just like the inventory, and also, be careful. Zunyan agreed with a smile, kissed Yiling on the cheek, took Guxi's hand and turned to leave. Yiling stayed behind in the guild, inquired an idle adventurer nearby, and quickly found out the direction. The only blacksmith's shop in the town was on the west side of the guild, and Big was most likely there. Approaching the blacksmith's shop, Yiling could already feel the scorching heatwaves from here, making it look extremely fiery, and the people around were all very spirited. Yiling took 2 steps inside, searching for a familiar figure. As a trait of being a player, even if Yiling stood directly next to the lava, she would not feel hot. I heard someone came to look for me, and I immediately thought it was my benefactor. I did not expect it to actually be you when I came over. Hearing the voice, Yiling turned back to look, and it was none other than Big. At this moment, he was wearing a blacksmith clothes and pushing a cart of crude iron. You have already started resuming your main job like this. Are you not going to rest your body a bit more? Big wiped away his sweat and pushed the crude iron to the roadside. No more resting, making a living is more important. Fortunately, there is still work here. Right, what is my benefactor doing here? Do you need me to help you forge things? Big still remembered what he promised before. Thanks to the money Yiling had left behind at that time, he also took a portion of it, and now he had the money to buy raw materials and reopen. Yiling shook her head and spoke indifferently. Not just that, I also want to learn the technique to forge my own armor and weapons with my own hands. Forging with her own hands sounded quite interesting. In fact, Yiling was still very enthusiastic about these things. In the game, she was an existence similar to logistics, not very good at fighting, but for work like production and manufacturing, she was always tireless, and always suddenly came up with an idea to make some weird things. Recovering her wits, Big brought her a shielding garment, which was a heat-insulating apron, and motioned for her to put it on. This piece of clothing could prevent high-temperature substances from causing skin burns. Thank you. Yiling took the shielding garment, took off her jacket and put it into the inventory slot, leaving the white vest inside, then put on the heat-insulating apron, tidied up her hair, and discovered something was amiss. The long white hair of Yiling was a bit too long. Although as a player, the digitized body of Yiling would not undergo appearance changes due to ordinary injuries, while working, this long hair might cause some interference and get in the way. Yiling looked left and right. The surroundings were all big brothers with bare arms, and there were no females. Big brother Big, do you have any hair ties or something like that, or ordinary rope? Big shook his head and said, I do not have any here, and very few women come to the blacksmith's shop. Do you feel your hair is too long? Yiling was noncommittal. Not to mention anything else, previously as a male, she had never worried about styling her hair. Big stopped his work and wiped his sweat with a towel. Then should I go out and find some for you? No need. Yiling did not want to waste time in this aspect, so she found a wooden stick from her inventory slot, instantly turning it into her hand, polished smooth, at least it would not snag her hair too much. Then, following a video she had watched before, she gathered her hair at the back of her head, wrapped it around a circle, and used the wooden stick as a hairpin to secure her hair. Okay, done. After confirming that her hair was tightly wrapped and would not suddenly come loose, Yiling put her hands on her hips, looking eager to try. Which step should we start with next? Smelting. Yes, but first, we need to pour this bucket of lava into the boiler. Next, Big detailed how they usually smelted, including precautions, raw material selection, furnace temperature control, and so on. The return of Big was very coincidental. The blacksmith's shop had received a batch of orders requiring quite a lot of iron tools and armor, and they had been too busy to keep up these past 2 days. Yiling nodded, indicating she understood, and then went to the resting area on the side. Borrowing this, thank you. Borrowing an iron bucket from a resting blacksmith, Yiling headed straight for those pots of lava. Just as Big wanted to remind her, the next thing made his words choke back. She only saw Yiling holding the bucket and pointing at one of the pots of lava, and that bucket of lava was magically transferred into the iron bucket out of thin air, while Yiling steadily held the iron bucket as if she could not feel the scalding heat. This left Big and other passing blacksmiths dumbfounded, loading lava into an iron bucket with bare hands, and still being able to hold it in her hand all along. Yiling felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by the gazes of the surrounding people, but she feigned an indifferent attitude. What is wrong? Why are you looking at me? Continue. Then Yiling found the storage tank, opened the lid with her bare hands, and poured it in. The originally scorching air fell silent for a long time because of this operation. In the end, Big spoke first, breaking the dead silence. How did you do that? Yiling pretended to think for a moment, then placed her finger in front of her lips and gently spoke. Shish, it is a secret. Subsequently, Yiling took the pushcart containing the crude iron from the hand of Big, pushed it to the side of the smelting furnace, and directly threw them in piece by piece from above. The atmosphere was silent for another moment. After a good while, someone leaned close to Big and whispered, Is this the benefactor you said saved your life? I thought you were just exaggerating. With her small frame, she has even more strength than a big man like me, right? Looking at the white-haired young girl in front of him with bare arms, who did not hesitate at all when getting to work, Big swallowed his saliva and then gave a wry smile to the person beside him. What if I said I only found out just now too? On this side, Yiling was struggling with the casting table. In the game, you just clicked directly, but in reality, she really did not know how to do it. Big brother Big, come over and teach me how you usually make things. Now Big was happy, at least the benefactor still needed his help, though it seemed he was supposed to teach her from the very beginning. However, before long, Big went off with someone else to directly hammer and beat the cast iron pieces. Yiling looked left and right and found that no one was paying attention to this side, so she simply stopped pretending. As for safety operations, she would not get hurt over such minor matters anyway. She directly found an ingot mold, poured it in, and when it cooled down a bit, she put it into her inventory. It took about an hour or so to finish burning everything, and she got a little over a stack, 72 in total. However, she still had to put up an appearance, so Yiling went to ask Big. Big brother Big, how many things do you guys need for this order? Without lifting his head while concentrating on blacksmithing, Big replied, we have already finished a batch. Not counting the ones we are working on in our hands right now, it is about 6 iron axes, 4 iron pickaxes, 2 iron plate armors, and 2 iron helmets. Yiling noted it down in her mind and started calculating. 6 plus 4 times 3 plus 2 times 8 plus 2 times 5 equals 56. So Yiling mentioned casually, then if they are all done, what about the remaining iron? Big stated that there probably would not be any left, because crude iron shrinking into refined iron was inevitable, plus hammering out impurities and the defective rate. This batch might not actually be finished all at once. Yiling thought to herself that she understood, so she went back, synthesized everything at once, and threw it in the corner. After Big finished forging the piece in his hand, she began learning how to forge armor and swords. This time, she did not just use the crafting table. Instead, she took out a steel billet, hammering it strike by strike to remove impurities, returning it to the furnace, drawing out the billet, hammering out impurities again, repeating this process until hitting out the appropriate refined iron, and then began forging and shaping. The glowing red steel gradually became slender in the hands of Yiling. For some reason, a thought suddenly popped into her head, to forge a sword. Gradually, Yiling became more and more focused, every strike hitting just right, causing the unformed blade to emit a humming sound of metal striking. Because she was too focused, Yiling was not even aware of when a crowd had gathered around her. Originally, they just wanted to rest, but hearing the striking sounds coming from here, they could not help feeling a bit curious about what kind of ironware this person would forge. As the blade took shape, Yiling stopped hammering and then quenched it. When it came out, everyone was startled. The sword body was straight, about an arm's length, with almost no flaws overall, and the entire body radiated a metallic sheen. However, Yiling remembered something. She did not know how to make accessories like a hilt for the sword. Raising her head to look around, she was startled. When did so many people gather around? I might as well ask if anyone can help. Just as Yiling spat out a single word, several experienced masters around immediately stepped forward eagerly. I will do it. What do you mean you will do it? I should do it, I have experience in this area. Let me do it instead, I will use my best materials. Just you. Do not assemble this good piece of billet into a pretty thing with no combat capability. You. Just as several people seemed ready to fight and Yiling felt a bit at a loss, Big stepped forward and actively took on the matter, giving a very direct reason. Yiling is my benefactor, so it is only right for me to repay her. At this, the people around had nothing more to say, but still requested to stay and watch. Afterwards, Yiling tried crafting a breastplate, but it turned out looking rather ordinary, yet Yiling was still quite happy. And not far away, an elegant female with short dark blue hair sat there, her deep blue eyes looking at Yiling, her lips inevitably curling up slightly. Time went back to when they separated in the morning. Yiling gave the 36 denomination emerald voucher in her hand to Zunyan, and then turned and left. Zunyan and Guxi watched Yiling's figure gradually recede and disappear around the street corner of a certain intersection before walking in the opposite direction. On the way, both of them remained silent. It seemed that with Yiling absent, for a moment neither of them knew what to do. No change could be seen on Guxi's face. She remained expressionless, wondering what she was thinking, and just followed behind Zunyan, making sure she didn't bump into anyone. Perhaps only when encountering something delicious or following yelling would she show some emotions. As for Zunyan, she was slightly better off. Leading Guxi along the road, she occasionally dealt with some people striking up a conversation. At first, she managed to be elegant and polite, but after too many times, she inevitably felt a bit annoyed. Some people seemed unable to understand the polite refusal in her words. Even though she had already said she was busy, there was just one person who pestered her relentlessly. However, the people around did not dare to step forward. Listening to the whispers of others, this person's surname was Gao, a scoundrel who had neither power nor influence, but was simply a rogue. Once entangled by him, one would have no peace for 3 days. However, Zunyan didn't intend to pay much attention to him at this moment. Sticking to her polite habits, she said, "Excuse me, stranger, do you have nothing better to do?" That person indifferently stated that being able to share dinner with such a beautiful person was precisely what he desired. Skulk sensor body sound. TCH, this is a bit troublesome. The atmosphere had grown a bit colder. Passers-by unconsciously avoided this area, and even Guxi subconsciously took a step back. However, Zunyan still intended to let this person leave on his own. Suppressing the dissatisfaction in her heart, she still spoke calmly. "Then I'm sorry, I already have an appointment, and I don't plan to break it, nor do I intend to let there be an extra person at the dining table who doesn't fit the quiet atmosphere." Skulk sensor body sound. After this sentence was spoken, anyone with self-awareness could understand the meaning within the words. "I have someone accompanying me, and you're a bit too noisy." However, instead of making the person in front of her retreat in the face of difficulties, Zunyan's words actually excited him. "Oh, have you already discovered the ways in which I am different from ordinary people? The world is so dull, yet I possess a vibrant soul." Skulk sensor body sound. Hold it in, display the cultivation of a lady. But on the ground around Zunyan, some dark particles had faintly emerged. Even the twin horns on top of her head had a faint blue light flickering upon them, and the core on her abdomen, which looked like mere decoration, also began to pulse. "I'll just spell it out for you, we are already taken, so please be sensible." Guxi had never seen Zunyan look like this before. In her impression, Zunyan was the representative of elegance and maturity, but in truth, she was also a bit angry now, as the person in front of her kept pestering them like a clown. Thus, Guxi stepped closer to Zunyan, shook her head slightly, took a deep breath, and said, "We should go, Yiling is still waiting for us." Then she pulled Zunyan forward. That man grew anxious. How could he miss out on two such gorgeous beauties? Even if they were taken, he didn't think he was inferior to that other person. Thinking through his nearly empty cranial cavity, he came up with a reason that convinced himself, completely failing to notice that there was a large circle around them with no one else left. "I get it, playing hard to get, just wanting to see if I would follow. Unfortunately, you can't fool me, I am coming." Skulk screamer howl. Oh no, everyone around, whether passers-by or that clown, saw pitch darkness before their eyes. Then, a giant hand appeared out of thin air, grabbing that man's head head-on and instantly slamming him onto the ground, face against the pavement. A huge sound rang out, shattering the stone bricks. By the time the surrounding people regained their vision, the first thing they saw was that man's head stuck in the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. And Zunyan had already left for quite a while. After a good while, someone finally spoke up. "Is this that lawless tyrant Gao, who constantly resorted to coercion and bribery and always harassed young women? Do we need to find the security officers? Don't rush, I need to kick him twice. This thing harassed my household right outside my door last time, scaring my girl so much she didn't dare go out for half a month. I'll take a couple of kicks too. This guy ran away after eating a meal last time, and even called it a tasting. Everyone didn't see anything, right? So, you're saying that after the eyes went dark for 3 seconds, this guy ended up like this?" When the security officers arrived and looked at the person whose head was embedded in the ground, covered in bruises, vegetable leaves, rotten eggs, and a flag planted by someone unknown, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. After that incident, Zunyan took Guxi to buy dry rations, a lantern, camping stoves, and a tent. Considering certain special circumstances, she also bought a cloak to replace Guxi's iron helmet. The bag given by Yiling was very useful, and only they could use it. Opening their exclusive inventory, they could put anything inside, and it had no weight. However, Zunyan and Guxi, who had finished their preparations, were not very happy. After separating from Yiling, both of them had time to ponder their feelings for Yiling. Guxi was relatively simple. She followed Yiling in the first place out of loneliness, and following Yiling allowed her to eat delicious food. Furthermore, whenever she interacted with Yiling, she always had a very comfortable feeling. As for Zunyan, it was somewhat more complicated. She couldn't quite figure out why she had been so proactive from the very beginning, each time teasing Yiling into shyness yet making her reluctant to refuse. How come Yiling didn't take the initiative to counterattack, but instead grew accustomed to it? With a little money left in hand, Zunyan planned to buy some gifts for Yiling. She had been quite happy when Yiling bought her sweets, but thinking of this, Zunyan suddenly froze. It seemed that she didn't know what Yiling liked. That's right, Yiling could know she liked sweets without even asking, yet she herself couldn't figure out what Yiling liked. This gave Zunyan a strong sense of crisis. Although she had only spent 4 days with Yiling, Zunyan really liked Yiling. But what was the reason? Her affection seemed somewhat groundless. Could it be that simply because of their companion relationship, she would like her this much, or even want to pluck at Yiling's heartstrings at any time and place? For some reason, Zunyan suddenly thought of that man from this morning, persistent and acting just like that. Even though he had nothing to do with her at all, he simply lacked any sense of boundaries. But wasn't Zunyan herself the same way? Although Yiling didn't dislike Zunyan to begin with, she wasn't very accustomed to those extremely intimate actions, especially in front of outsiders where Yiling would even feel a bit embarrassed. Only then did Zunyan realize that her usual actions were a bit too intimate. So intimate that Yiling felt some resistance, yet dared not speak bluntly out of fear of hurting Zunyan's feelings. The reason was simply that their relationship had not yet developed to a stage of complete familiarity. Yiling still felt that this relationship should be handled from the status of companions. The third hour of being separated from Yiling, missing her. At this moment, Guxi was holding a little white cat in her arms. It should be a stray cat. A little fellow that crawled out from somewhere unknown, not crying, just sitting not far away. Seeming to see her former self in the cat, Guxi slowly approached, scooping the cat up into her arms. It looked fierce and even hissed. Hiss. As a result, a flick to the head made it behave immediately. When held in her arms, it didn't move at all, giving off a feeling of resigning to fate. Although she didn't know what this little fellow had been through, it was ridiculously light when it reached her hands. Guxi pulled out a dried small fish from her inventory and brought it close to tease it. That was something Guxi had bought out of curiosity and hadn't eaten yet. At first, that cat was a bit reserved, but after taking a bite, it directly hugged the fish and ate it, its ears twitching while eating. For some reason, Guxi couldn't control her hand and placed it on the little white cat's head to pet it. The cat submissively accepted, letting out a purring sound. Seeing the object evoked thoughts of the person, Guxi missed Yiling too. Sister Zunyan, are we going to find Yiling? Zunyan removed her eye patch and glanced at a couple in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. After a while, Zunyan spoke. Guxi, what do you think of Yiling? Guxi didn't expect Zunyan to ask this so suddenly. After thinking for a moment, she softly spoke. I don't know, but I want to stay with Yiling. Guxi paused and asked in return, do you think this counts as liking? Of course it counts. Then do you like Yiling too? Is it simple liking, or that kind of closer intimacy? Hearing this, Zunyan fell silent for a moment. Zunyan felt that today was the day she had engaged in such quiet thinking the most times. Let's go find our dear Yilling. Zunyan spoke, her tone carrying a bit of relief and anticipation. Guxi nodded, placed the cat on the ground, then shouldered her pack, and followed Zunyan to inquire about the location of the blacksmith's shop. As for that white cat, it followed closely behind step by step. Guxi glanced back, then looked at Zunyan, as if asking whether it was okay. Zunyan nodded lightly. Guxi squatted down on the spot and stretched out her hand. The cat seemed to understand the meaning, leapt lightly, stepped on Guxi's arm, and jumped onto her shoulder. Guxi straightened her body, made sure the white cat wouldn't fall due to losing its footing, and strode forward. Along the way, the two of them were no longer as silent as before, but it seemed that both of them had figured something out. When Zunyan and Guxi found the blacksmith's shop, Yilling was deeply engrossed in forging. Zunyan wanted to go forward immediately and gently embrace the figure she had been thinking about the whole way, but she held back, pulling Guxi to sit quietly on a wooden bench outside the blacksmith's shop. Not being able to get close to Yilling, not being able to touch her hair with her fingertips, not being able to hear her heart pound in a panic because of her teasing, for Zunyan, it was like torture. Since she couldn't get close, then she might as well just watch quietly. Zunyan's race was the warden, dwelling in dark and deep underground for years, born with impaired vision but possessing a sense of smell and hearing far superior to ordinary people. And as an elite individual, she was born with permanent night vision. Logically, a creature that couldn't see wouldn't be affected by gaining night vision, but Zunyan was an exception. She successfully compensated for the warden's inability to see. It was just that the glaring sunlight during the day always made her uncomfortable, which was why she always wore an eye mask. She had grown accustomed to relying on her hearing to move. But at this moment, to see Yilling clearly, she still raised her hand and gently removed the black cloth eye mask covering her eyes. When the light shone, she instinctively closed her eyes. Once she adapted to the light, she precisely locked onto the figure in the center of the blacksmith's shop. The next second, that face, which always maintained a gentle, elegant, and unruffled demeanor, actually stiffened, a rare occurrence. The hot wind carried iron filings and sparks, dancing in the air. The blacksmith's shop was full of uninhibited artisans, swinging hammers, repeatedly striking the red-hot metal on the anvil. But in such a rough and earthy environment, a clean, dazzling white figure abruptly entered Zunyan's vision. Yilling's signature white long hair was no longer its usual loose and soft appearance. Instead, it was neatly tied up with a smooth wooden stick, revealing her slender, fair neck and clear shoulder line. She had taken off her loose outer garments, wearing only a fitted white tank top with a heat-resistant protective apron over it, her arm lines sharp and firm, without a hint of delicacy. Yilling, who was already very beautiful with a hint of sharpness, was focused on her work, seemingly completely unaware of the passage of time. With each hammer blow, sparks flew, landing beside her, yet not disturbing Yilling in the slightest. This sight completely overturned all of Zunyan's preconceived notions about Yilling. In her previous understanding, Yilling was a little one who needed to be protected, not very strong in combat, and prone to acting tough. She looked sharp but had a soft personality, shy at a touch, and her ear tips would turn red with a little teasing. She always couldn't bear to refuse Zunyan's closeness, so she obediently allowed herself to be hugged and touched, revealing that adorable contrast. But the Yilling before her was capable, strong, focused, and dazzling. She wasn't a fragile flower needing constant protection, she was just soft-hearted, just couldn't bear to refuse her closeness, which was why she silently accepted those overly intimate gestures. Her shyness didn't mean she was weak. Her lack of resistance didn't mean she was incompetent. At this moment, her eyes were firm, forming a unique landscape amidst the firelight and heatwaves. It seemed this was her true self, and the previous one was merely what Zunyan wanted to see and had teased out. Zunyan, usually elegant, composed, and effortlessly at ease, felt her heart pound uncontrollably. When her core pulsed, Guxi thought something was wrong with Zunyan again. Her hand, petting the cat, paused, and she vigilantly looked around, but found nothing. She glanced at Zunyan, a little puzzled. What's wrong with Zunyan? Noticing Guxie's gaze, Zunyan realized her composure had slipped and calmed herself down. But the amazement and infatuation in her eyes were impossible to hide. One could almost say she was smitten. She gazed at the white figure intently forging in the firelight, her lips curving upward uncontrollably, her voice light as a whisper, filled with an unprecedented flutter and realization. So, my dear, is like this. It turned out she had been wrong all along. Her little one was shy because of her overly intimate actions without reason, causing her to overlook Yiling's own strong nature. And this resilient and dazzling side, which she had overlooked, also perfectly suited Zunyan's taste. Meanwhile, Guxi had no idea what Zunyan was thinking. She only noticed that Zunyan seemed to have drooled just now. Does Zunyan want to eat Yiling? Should I stop her then? The twilight glow dyed half the sky, and the clanging in the blacksmith's shop gradually thinned. Yiling had just completed the final round of forging, handing the formed blade to Big. Big solemnly promised, Benefactor, rest assured, this sword will be completely finished by tomorrow afternoon, fitted with the best hilt and guard. Yiling had just smiled and thanked him when two familiar presences came from behind her. Turning around, Yiling's eyes instantly lit up. When did you two arrive? At this time, Zunyan had already put on her black cloth eye mask and replied calmly, we came after buying things. Zunyan stood not far away, her posture still elegant, but the intimacy that usually appeared as soon as they met had significantly reined in. Guxi followed beside her, a snowy white shadow perched on her small shoulder. It was a kitten dozing off, its body gently rising and falling with its breath, its little paws still gripping the fabric of her clothes. This is. Yiling curiously pointed at the kitten. Guxi gently stroked the cat's head, her voice faint but with a hint of imperceptible softness, picked it up on the road. It followed us, so we brought it along. The kitten, being petted, groggily opened its eyes, then rubbed against Guxi's neck and went back to sleep. Zunyan stepped forward, not embracing Yiling's waist directly as before, but slightly turned to the side, nodding to Big and the blacksmiths who had gathered around, her demeanor proper and polite, completely maintaining the appropriate distance between companions. Thank you all for taking care of Yiling today. This behavior was what Zunyan's personality should exhibit, but Yiling felt something was off, though she couldn't quite place it. Was Zunyan like this before? Everyone quickly waved their hands, saying it was no trouble. Soon after Yiling and the two left, a burst of exclamations erupted from the blacksmith's shop. Someone discovered the neatly stacked ironware in the corner, their voice full of shock. When did these appear? Not too many, not too few, exactly the order quantity. And every piece is of uniform quality, not even a single defective item. The clamor reached Big, who watched Yiling's departing back, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, but he didn't expose it, his gaze filled with admiration. On the way back, the evening breeze gently swept by. Guxi walked ahead, holding the kitten, her steps leisurely. The kitten also lay obediently in her arms. The girl and cat were exceptionally harmonious. Yiling walked behind, subconsciously tapping open the System Quest panel before her. A light blue panel immediately appeared. Craftsman Side Quest Blacksmith. Hand forge any style of cold weapon and any armor, copper and above material completed. Reward. Random armor forging template. Yiling raised an eyebrow slightly. She had originally thought she would have to wait until tomorrow to get the finished sword for it to count as complete, but she hadn't expected that merely forging it into shape would satisfy the condition. That was quite good, no need to wait. The forged iron armor. What about me? Am I forgotten? Yiling opened the random supply pack, and a rather high-tech square chip appeared in her hand. Perhaps it was a chip. The item description in her inventory read Knight Plate Armor Set. After using it, a panel suddenly popped up next to the screen. Recipe unlocked. At the same time, 4 icons for different armor parts flashed, looking more complex than the original version. A new quest also appeared. Craftsman side quest blacksmith 2. Forge any set of armor, including helmet, chest plate, leggings, boots. Reward. Junior thermostatic sewing kit. She had some impression of this reward. That module seemed to be called steadfast wool, perhaps. With it, whether it was clothing or armor, sewing it on would give people the effect of adapting to temperature, making it much more convenient to go to the nether or snowy areas in the future. Just as Yilling was looking down, studying the panel, Zunyan beside her suddenly stopped, her voice soft but exceptionally serious. Yilling, what do you think our relationship is? Yilling froze for a moment, looked up at her, and honestly replied, companions, I guess. Just companions. Zunyan's gaze fell into her eyes, gentle like the light in the dusk. Yilling's heart rate quickened a bit under her gaze, and she subconsciously asked back, then what relationship do you want? Zunyan smiled softly, not pressing her, just gently saying, companions, that's fine too. She knew better than anyone that her past persistent closeness and teasing would only make Yilling subconsciously keep her distance. What she wanted was never forced accommodation, but a lover's relationship that Yilling acknowledged from the bottom of her heart, and even actively sought. She was willing to wait, to let time settle, to experience more profound memories together, to wait for a natural opportunity to express her full feelings without reservation. But at this moment, Yilling had not yet put her jacket back on. A faint scent of sweat, mixed with her own natural smell, drifted all the way into Zunyan's nostrils. Recalling the capable, focused, and dashing white figure in the firelight at dusk, Zunyan's heart fluttered, almost breaking through her restraint. She almost couldn't resist teasing the person in front of her again. With a change of thought, a gentle idea, tinged with a bit of cunning, quietly surfaced in her mind. Yilling had been busy all day. Returning to her hotel room, she was covered in sweat and iron filings, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. If she had a purely player physique, this amount of exercise would be nothing to her. But in this world, she possessed real senses and a feeling of fatigue. It wasn't until she completely relaxed that a faint soreness spread through her limbs. You must be exhausted, right? Zunyan immediately saw her fatigue, her tone soft and considerate. You sit for a bit, I'll go run you a hot bath. A soak will make you feel much better. Before Yilling could decline, she had already turned and entered the inner bathroom. Soon after, the gentle sound of running water filled the room. Guxi sat quietly by the bed, her small hand stroking the soft white fur on the kitten's back, one stroke at a time. The little fella purred contentedly, its round eyes half closed, occasionally rubbing its small head against Guxi's fingertips, as docile as if it had been kept for a long time. Yilling walked over and sat down beside Guxi, her gaze falling on the fluffy white furball, a soft smile unconsciously curving on her lips. Did you two find this kitten on the road? She lowered her voice, afraid of startling the napping kitten. Guxi nodded gently, her voice still faint, but with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. Yes, it followed us for a long time and wouldn't leave. It looks so well behaved. Yilling reached out a finger and gently touched the kitten's soft ear. The little fella merely twitched its ear, not even opening its eyes. Have you named it? Guxi was silent for a few seconds, thought seriously, then gently shook her head. Not yet, I'm waiting for you. Don't you think this cat is like you? Guxi didn't understand this statement at first and tilted her head. Yilling continued. Look, it was picked up outside, followed us because of some food, and is very well behaved when petted. Don't you think it's very similar to you? This time Guxi understood. She stopped smiling and said very seriously, I am not a cat, nor am I a pet. Yilling didn't speak. She raised her hand and held it in midair. Guxi subconsciously waited for a pat, and Yilling, as expected, patted her head. There's no difference at all. Little did she know, Guxi was secretly enjoying it. Guxi's affection. 24%. The atmosphere was quiet and warm. Not long after, Zunyan emerged from the bathroom, wiped the water droplets from her fingertips, and smiled elegantly. The water's ready, the temperature is just right. Go soak for a bit, it'll relieve your fatigue. This time, she didn't rush in like before, but gently gave a few instructions, then turned and walked to the bed, accompanying Guxi in teasing the kitten, leaving the space peacefully to Yiling. Yiling felt a warmth in her heart, said thank you, and then took her clean clothes into the bathroom. The warm steam enveloped her, dispelling the heat and fatigue from her body. She gently stepped into the tub, relaxing and lying down. The hot water reached her shoulders, so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Looking down at her body, she still found it somewhat miraculous. Gently caressing it, the smooth skin and the sensations that followed her touch made her admit that this body was truly beautiful. She used to look at such things on certain small websites, but now she didn't need to, she could look at herself anytime she wanted. A shapely figure, fair skin, and a full chest. Yiling herself even swallowed her saliva. Further down, her body was submerged in water, making it unclear, but it didn't stop her from touching, it was very smooth. She heard that women don't experience a refractory period during that kind of activity, but she didn't know if it was true. 5 minutes later, Yiling proved with her actions that this was a rumor, at least it wasn't as exaggerated as rumored for her. Taking advantage of her brain's cool-down period, Yiling leaned her head against the edge of the bathtub, closed her eyes, and her thoughts slowly cleared. The blacksmith's shop's forging, the recently completed craftsman's quest, the new sword about to be acquired, Zunyan's unusually different attitude today, Guxi, and the suddenly appearing kitten. The kitten is cute, and Guxi is also cute. No, where are my thoughts going? Yiling shook her head, forcing herself to think of something useful. She knew very well that staying in the small town was not a long-term solution. To become stronger, to live freely, and to protect those around her, she had to explore outside, perhaps to earn money or to gather resources. It seems it's time to properly plan for the upcoming preparations for venturing out. Just as Yiling was about to thoroughly clean the dirt in the crevices this time. A knock sounded, followed by Zunyan's voice. Yiling, I'm coming in. Oh, Yiling's eyes snapped open, and she sat up abruptly, reaching for her bath towel. But Zunyan didn't give her any time, pushing the door open directly. Yiling could only sit back into the tub, submerging herself from the neck down, only her head remaining outside. When Zunyan entered, Yiling vaguely saw her wearing an eye patch through the white mist, which made Yiling relax a bit and slowly float back up. Zunyan was still dressed, confirming to Yiling that Zunyan had no intention of joining her for a bath. Yiling wasn't sure what Zunyan was doing, so she tentatively asked, what are you doing in here? Zunyan spoke calmly, slowly stepping forward, to wash your hair and scrub your back. Her tone was flat, without any impropriety, as if she were stating something perfectly natural. Oh, I see. Yiling didn't think much of it. After all, when she still had access to the internet, she had heard that good girlfriends bathed together. At the time, he quite enjoyed watching such scenes. But she seemed to have forgotten that the title of that work included Yuri, and most of the later plotlines showed them still calling each other girlfriends, but not holding back at all in their actions. Unfortunately, Yiling hadn't seen enough, so she fully believed Zunyan was acting out of consideration for her. Thus, she sat up confidently, exposing her upper body. Zunyan's affection, 43%. Yiling's gaze was drawn to the suddenly appearing interface and she didn't notice that Zunyan had already walked behind her, precisely lifting her white hair and beginning to wash it. And the carefree Yiling didn't take it seriously, closing the interface after confirming the information. Zunyan's hair washing movements were gentle. Yiling, already a bit tired, couldn't help but close her eyes, yet she shared her thoughts with Zunyan. Zunyan. What is it? After we get the sword tomorrow, let's leave town. Okay, where do you want to go then? Yiling continued to ponder, as if suddenly understanding why some people had bursts of inspiration while bathing. How about we travel first, and then find a place to build a home of our own? Hearing this, Zunyan's hand, which was washing her hair, visibly paused. Is it our home? Yes, a place where we can live freely, doing whatever we want. Feeling Zunyan resume her actions, Yiling added, otherwise, we can't keep staying in hotels, right? You're right. We can do whatever we want. After a while, Zunyan used a basin of hot water to rinse away the foam, then told Yiling to expose her back. Yiling obediently leaned forward, exposing her smooth back. Zunyan picked up a towel, dampened it with warm water, and began to wipe. Zunyan. What is it? Zunyan's hands didn't stop, gently caressing. Haven't you already washed my hair? Yes. Zunyan gradually increased her movements, focusing on caressing. But your hand, why is it moving to the front? At this moment, Zunyan's hand was no longer on her back, but had leaned forward, kneading those two freshly baked, fragrant, soft buns. Seeing that she had been discovered, Zunyan chuckled softly, pretending it was an accident. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see, it was unintentional. Zunyan didn't do anything else after that. She wiped her hands and then opened the door and left, leaving Yiling alone in the water. This Zunyan, she seems to want to be more than just a companion. After Yiling calmed her emotions, put on a bath towel, and quietly cracked the door open a sliver, seeing that Zunyan's attention wasn't on her, she quietly crept out. What happened in the bathroom just now was a bit too embarrassing. Although Yiling had only been a woman for a few days, after thinking about it afterward, she realized something wasn't right. After all, no matter how close best friends were, they wouldn't so blatantly make a move on that place. Even now, Yiling couldn't forget the scene that happened in the bathroom. Zunyan close to her back, carrying warm breaths, her two hands ambiguously stroking her. Why on earth shouldn't Zunyan be gentle and restrained? Puzzled beyond words, Yiling asked with a trace of vigilance. Why did you do that just now? Zunyan slowly raised her head. Her eye patch concealed the emotions in the depths of her eyes, but the gentle yet aggressive smile at the corner of her lips made Yiling's heart skip a beat. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she leaned in slightly, shortening the distance between the two of them, and softly retorted. Yiling, what do you think of me as a person? Yiling pursed her lips, neither dodging nor intentionally trying to please, and simply spoke honestly. You're very good, elegant, considerate, and have always protected me in Guxi. Yes, from that very first night, Zunyan had followed her every step. She had always felt that Zunyan was a very good person. As the words fell, Zunyan's smile deepened. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against Yiling's white hair which still carried moisture, her tone gentle yet every word clear, striking straight to the heart. Then do you like me? Like. What does this mean? Is Zunyan contemplating romance? Asking such a direct question left Yiling temporarily at a loss for how to respond, freezing her in place. It was this momentary hesitation that allowed Zunyan to seize the opportunity. Before Yiling could give an answer, she felt her wrist being grabbed. Zunyan wrapped an arm around her waist, pulled her close, and pinned her directly onto the bed behind her. Without giving Yiling time to react, Zunyan leaned down and kissed her fiercely. Yiling's questions and words were instantly blocked back into her throat, turning into fragmented whimpers. Wait a minute, what is this situation? Zunyan, she. This kiss was forceful and scorching, completely devoid of its usual gentleness and restraint. Carrying a long-suppressed possessiveness, it swept over all of Yiling's senses. She subconsciously struggled, but her hands were gently pinned down by Zunyan, unable to move. After a full several minutes, Zunyan finally released her slightly. Yiling gasped heavily for breath, her cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she managed to spit out half the word, no, Zunyan lowered her head once more, kissing deeper. The tip of her tongue easily broke through the defense line, swallowing all refusals in the lingering kiss. Once, twice, 3 times. Every time she wanted to make Zunyan stop, Zunyan would render her unable to even speak. The repeated kisses were so passionate. The gaze that was originally cool and firm was covered with a layer of moisture, and she could no longer utter any words of refusal, only passively accepting it, lying stiffly in place. But, This was her first kiss too, right? Until Zunyan had kissed enough did she slowly raise her head, her fingertips gently rubbing against Yilling's flushed corners of the mouth, the depths of her eyes filled with the gentleness of having succeeded. Yilling, lying on the bed, had a completely blank mind, leaving only a single thought. Why did things turn out like this? Guxi, holding the little white cat to the side, tilted her head and looked at the two of them. Her small face was filled with pure curiosity, and she asked in a low voice. Why are you guys eating mouths? Are there sugar balls in your mouths? This sentence pricked Yilling back to her senses instantly. So embarrassed she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, she quickly turned her head away and tidied her messy clothes. Zunyan, however, smiled even more gently, getting up to pull up Yilling's bath towel with natural movements, as if the forceful intimacy just now had never happened. With a silent night, Yilling tossed and turned in bed, repeatedly replaying that scorching kiss in her mind, her thoughts in utter chaos. She could clearly feel Zunyan's affections and understood that she wasn't completely indifferent either, it was just that this sudden emotion was really hard to adapt to all at once. Early the next morning, the three of them tidied up simply. Guxi's little white cat burrowed into the backpack, exposing only its head, and followed them out of the inn. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, it wasn't as crowded as the previous time they came. Now there were only sparse individuals roaming around, looking up and down the quest board. Yilling wasn't interested in those basic quests, she still preferred being free and easy. Doing quests was one thing, but going to pick up a troublesome quest that lacked meaning was entirely another. Afterwards, Yilling walked forward slowly and stood at the front desk. The scenery at the front desk was also very different from that day. It was still that Wangxing, but compared to the previous time, she was much more vibrant. Just by looking at her writing furiously, one could tell. Anyone there? Claiming a quest. Wangxing's writing hand paused, and she suddenly raised her head. Seeing the two people before her, her eyes seemed to shine. Oh, it's you guys. I was wondering when I'd get to see you, didn't expect to see you again today. Ahem, this. Miss Wangxing, are there any quests that require going out? At this time, Wangxing also realized her lack of composure, tidying her attire and sitting straight, though her eyes still occasionally glanced at the two of them. I wonder what type of quests the three adventurers want. Yilling thought for a moment, turned her head to glance at the person beside her, and Zunyan merely chuckled and nodded, handing the choice over to Yilling. Yilling thought it through and asked, do you have any investigation quests here, preferably ones with a lot of emerald voucher rewards? The small action of the two looking at each other earlier was naturally captured by Wangxing, and her mind conjured up a bunch of tropes again, but since she was currently working, she had better endure it. Yes, we just received one today. In a place somewhat far from here, traces of the Ender race have appeared. That was also a territory once developed, but for some reasons, that place ultimately wasn't sent people to develop. We need to investigate what problems are locally that cause an Enderman to appear there. Hearing the word Ender, Yilling's mind instantly thought of MC's number 1 long legs, the Enderman. The Enderman in the original MC was 3 blocks tall, pitch black all over, with thin and long limbs, yet possessed fierce attack power and could teleport. It was an absolute nightmare for rookies. But as long as one mastered distance and items, it wasn't completely unresolvable, though it was still very dangerous. Looking at the details, investigating local anomalies, rewards can be obtained regardless of whether they exist or not. Looking at the reward again, 1000 emerald vouchers. Let us take this one. Just kidding, free money of 1000 shouldn't be turned down. When the time comes, just right. None. When walking there, who cares if there is anything or not? Handing it in counts as completion anyway. Understood, I'll prepare the relevant information for you right away. While waiting and browsing through the materials, Yilling became interested in a promotional book on the bookshelf to the side. Seeing it written as free, she casually pulled one out. Just right to read out of boredom on the road. After obtaining the intelligence, Yilling first put the items away in her backpack, then went to retrieve the sword. When she got the sword from Big's hands, Yiling was truly startled. The straight and slender blade, the equipped handle with distinct medieval features, and the scabbard carved with patterns. Thank you, your craftsmanship is really great. Big was a bit embarrassed by the praise, but he quickly noticed other issues. Benefactors, are you going out? Yiling nodded. Yes, going out to do a quest, and also, your craftsmanship is truly superb. Hearing this, Big found himself in a bit of a dilemma here, and in the end could only offer a grand blessing. May you find the place you desire in your hearts soon. Finally, the three people and one cat bid farewell to the city and walked on the streets. The sunshine hitting their bodies was very warm, just like when they first entered, except this time, they were heading out. Walking out of the town gates, there was a dirt road with golden wheat fields on both sides, where farmers wearing straw hats could be seen farming. Unlike that small patch in the game, the wheat fields here could truly be described as waves of wheat. Sunlight shone upon the fields and their bodies, and as a gentle breeze swept past, one could smell a warm fragrance. Perhaps stirring up certain memories, Yiling recalled when she built houses previously. After finishing a large villa, she would definitely clear a piece of flat land around it to farm, even though the styles completely clashed. Although the large villa was built following a tutorial, it was purely built brick by brick in survival mode, taking 2 to 3 days of spare time back and forth. To be honest, it was very tiring, but also very fulfilling. Especially every time she returned and saw the ripened farmland and the aesthetic, luxurious large villa, there would always be a sense of relief. Zunyan noticed the change in Yiling's emotions and considerately asked, "How come you suddenly zoned out? Did you think of something?" Hearing Zunyan's voice, Yiling turned her head to look at Zunyan, immediately thinking of last night. She gave a light cough and replied, "It's nothing, I suddenly remembered the past. I've also built houses and farmed before, how carefree those times were." Hearing this, Zunyan couldn't help but imagine that scene. Perhaps thinking of some picture, she let out a soft chuckle. "When is that? Can you build another home for us?" Yiling spread her hands, wanting a one restoration is impossible, but when there's a chance, I can build a simpler one. That was already a thing of the past. Yiling certainly didn't have the leisure to build such a large house, but doing some farming was still fine. Zunyan was very understanding, knowing that mentioning building a home and establishing a career now was still a bit early, and said in an encouraging tone, "It doesn't matter, as long as it's a house built by you, then that is home." Walking past the wheat fields, Yiling straightened her clothes and unfolded the map to confirm the direction. Guxi also leaned closer, pressing against Yiling's body, pretending to look at the map. She didn't understand it very well, but she wanted to know what Yiling was looking at. Yiling. What is it? Judging from the map, it wasn't close to here. It could be said to have some distance, because along the way they had to cross an entire biome, and it was a dense forest at that. You must know that in a place like the dense forest, even in broad daylight, there would be zombies or undead hiding in the shade of the trees. If luck was bad, it would be just like that one time before, turning a corner to run into a creeper. But Yiling wasn't afraid. She was a player after all. As long as she didn't die, eating a couple of bites of bread would immediately restore her body to its original state. Anyone would envy this physique. Except for Zunyan, whose craving was for her body. Wearing the iron armor forged previously and holding the sword in her hand, Yiling felt that she was already a knight. This sword had been processed and became wonderful. I must say, Big Brother Big was truly very earnest. The blade was polished so it could be used as a mirror, and the materials at the hilt were also very solid, making it very comfortable to grip. The pity was that it lacked enchantments, but since it was just an ordinary blacksmith's shop, she wouldn't luxury demand such things. Walking in the dense forest, all three people slowed their pace, constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. Guxi held a bow, with an arrow already knocked on the string, the one Yiling gave her before, taken from another skeleton's hands. Although it was an ordinary bow, it was quite handy to use. As for Zunyan, she was also ready at any time to release her long hidden arms, but right now it wasn't quite feasible. In the dense forest, such arms might be a bit cumbersome. However, Yiling was relatively relaxed, her sword was sheathed and hung at her waist, her hand gripping the hilt as she carefully felt the tactile feedback. If asked why she wasn't nervous, please, the system's built-in mini-map could see the surrounding creatures. There were only a few monsters around, and although the dense forest blocked her own line of sight, it also prevented other undead from seeing her. So along the way, there were only one or two blocking her path, whose health bars were cleared by Yiling in 3 sword strikes, turning into experience points. But correspondingly, Yiling also discovered some problems. Her attacks seemed to still deduct health based on fixed damage. Whether slashing at the head or the body, ordinary zombies always took 3 strikes. Ultimately resulting in a phenomenon where, despite using a lot of effort, it had no difference in effect from just casually swinging a few times, unless getting extremely close and using execution-type actions like decapitation to break free from the fixed damage mechanism. However, Yiling seemed to think of a good idea. Since the damage was the same no matter how she swung, she might as well stack attack speed. So the subsequent Yiling was like holding a chainsaw. Upon encountering monsters, it was directly 3 slashes to the body without using much force, but it was indeed a hacking motion. And our dear sparring partner zombie. After receiving 3 slashes, it knew it was time to go to sleep, directly lying down on the ground and cremating on the spot, leaving behind greenish experience points. Just as Yiling was feeling pleased with herself, a gust of wind whistled past behind her. Looking back, it was Zunyan's long sword. With a direct horizontal slash, she chopped a skeleton horizontally into pieces, and the long sword embedded itself straight into a tree, leaving a very deep mark. And what about Guxi on the other side? That truly showcased the divine power of a skeleton archer. Before a creeper had completely emerged, Guxi had already started drawing her bow. An arrow shot out, piercing flawlessly into the creeper's head. One arrow's damage wasn't enough. Before Yiling could even react, Guxi let out a whoosh and followed up with a second arrow. Seeing the 2 people behind fighting more crisply than herself, Yiling, who originally wanted to show off, forcefully swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. She had 0 technique here, only stats, and not even strong stats at that, making her feel quite awkward. Clearly they were all fighting. How come they looked so cool while she looked like someone wildly hacking away? Yiling decided that when she had time, she must practice sword moves. Leaving aside efficiency for a moment, just for the sake of looking cool, she definitely had to figure it out. Along the way, Yiling casually chopped half a stack of wood and gathered some flowers and plants. Passing by an orchid, Yiling subconsciously picked it, only to find that her backpack seemed a bit too messy. The dirt and cobblestone gathered long ago, the rotten flesh and bones dropped by fighting monsters, as well as food and tools, plus these messy flowers from just now, the original backpack slots were already not enough. As for the sophisticated backpack, it was on Guxi's body. The little cat inside had started sleeping again, its head drooping outside, sleeping very sweetly. Forget it, bringing the backpack over would be quite troublesome. Yiling held the orchid, looked left and right, and shifted her target to Zunyan's head. So Yiling called Zunyan over. Zunyan proactively pressed close and softly spoke, "Did Yiling call me for anything?" This distance was a bit closer compared to before, but Yiling was already used to it. After all, they had already kissed. Yiling forced herself to stay calm and slowly spoke. "I picked a flower, but the backpack can't fit it. I'll put it on you." "Oh. For me?" Zunyan was somewhat incredulous, considering that the previous Yiling would never take the initiative at all, always maintaining a distant appearance. Yiling raised her hand, wanting to place that flower on Zunyan's hair, but Zunyan was a bit too tall. They were almost pressed against each other, and there was no way to properly secure it. At this moment, Zunyan slightly leaned her body, lowering her head a bit, which instead made the 2 of them press even closer together. Yiling felt a bit embarrassed. Verbally she said she was putting it on, but because they were pressed so tightly and Yilling was being hugged around the waist by Zunyan, Yilling could only bite the bullet and put it on. Zunyan was very satisfied, and just as Yilling was about to back away, she kissed her on the cheek. Zunyan. But Yilling had no choice and could only continue walking. Yet the excitement in her heart could not be expressed, just like a pebble thrown into the surface of a lake. On the surface it calmed down, but underneath, undercurrents were actually surging. Hearing the sound from behind, the corners of Zunyan's mouth couldn't help but curl up, leaving only Guxi dazed. Meanwhile, in the cherry blossom forest, a tall black-haired female was sitting on a branch, zoning out. And around her, purple mist was emerging. Walking through this patch of woods, a vast green plain unfolded before their eyes. Zunyan put on her black cloth blindfold. Earlier in the dense forest, she had taken it off to see the path clearly, but most of the time, she was still staring at someone's figure. Now that they were out, the sunlight became dazzling again, forcing Zunyan to put it back on. As for Yilling, she could spot small animals like cows, sheep, chickens, and pigs from far away. If it were before, her first reaction would definitely be to perform a tornado sweep across the vast plain, turning all these small animals into backup food in her inventory. But let's forget about it for now. For one thing, it was already afternoon. Wasting time here meant that by nightfall, they might be surrounded by a horde of zombies, skeletons, or creepers, which would be quite troublesome. Another reason was that the creatures here didn't just appear out of nowhere. In the game, they might spawn instantly with a flash, but in this world, let alone ordinary creatures, even a zombie had to crawl out from a monster spawner or some dirt mound. Even though such an appearance wasn't entirely logical, it also meant that all creatures had a necessary pathway to manifest. And these creatures also needed to reproduce, produce, and grow. Therefore, unless necessary, Yilling still didn't want to render this grassland completely lifeless. Yilling was now caught in a dilemma. Since she had come, she couldn't just do nothing, so Yilling took out a bucket. Right at that moment, Yilling felt something behind her. Turning her head to look at Guxi, the little white figure seemed to want to confirm they had left the dense forest, looking up at the sky. But she was quickly stung by the scorching sunlight, instantly lowering her head and rubbing her uncomfortable eyes. Because of this, she failed to notice the two people who had stopped, crashing headfirst into Yilling's back. Yilling turned around, and looking at the adorable Guxi, an idea popped into her mind. As a skeleton, Guxi must be in great need of calcium, right? Guxi, would you like to drink some milk? Hearing Yilling call her, Guxi raised her head, blinking her eyes as if she had just recovered, and then tilted her head in confusion. Is milk delicious? Bah! Sister cow, where do you think we are heading? Moo. I want to go to the riverbank to get some fresh tender grass. Bah! You misunderstood me. I mean, what is the ultimate goal of our lives? What do we live for? Moo. Perhaps it's to go to the riverbank to get some fresh grass. Yang Yangjun fell into deep thought. As a pink sheep, she was easily dissatisfied with the status quo. And her best friend, a cow, was unbelievably emotionally stable. Yet somehow, she always managed to say certain things that gave Yang Yangjun a lot of insights. It would be even better if she could get rid of the thick wool on her body. On such a hot day, having such thick wool was practically torture. Forget it, let's fill our stomachs first. Bah! Sister cow, you're right. Just as she lowered her head, she suddenly heard a loud, high-pitched sound beside her. Moo. Tilde tilde. Oh. Oh. Bah. Yang Yangjun snapped her head up and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see Sister Cow, who had just been acting so calm and composed, lying on the ground, her body trembling slightly. And the culprit behind all this was naturally Yilling. At this moment, she was holding a bucket of fresh milk and storing it into her inventory. The sheep and the human looked at each other eye to eye. Sheep. Sweating. Yilling. Only then did Yilling notice that there was actually a wild pink sheep nearby. Oh. 99% condition, a rare item. Let me pet it. With that, she reached out and began petting its wool. Yang Yangjun didn't dare move at all, afraid of turning out like Sister Cow. After petting enough, Yiling opened her inventory to take a look, wearing a disappointed expression. I didn't bring a lead this time, otherwise I'd just build a fence and corral it. Just as Yiling was planning to do something bad, Zunyan's call rang out from afar. In Yang Yangjun's ears, this was a life-saving voice. Yiling, it's time to go. We have to climb a mountain in a moment. Yiling looked into the distance and frowned. The reason was that this cherry blossom forest was actually on a mountain. How annoying. She really didn't understand why cherry blossom forests had to be on mountains, couldn't they spawn on plains like regular forests? But they still had to move on. Yiling put away her other thoughts, simply took out a pair of shears, and with a snip. Immediately, Yang Yangjun felt a chill on her body. Turning her head to look, her body had become bare and smooth. And the original pink wool was pocketed by Yiling. Watching that person walk away without even looking back, Yang Yangjun let out a sigh of relief, came back to her senses, and expressed concern for Sister Cow beside her. Bah! Are you alright? Moo, I've changed my mind. Living is just for producing milk. Bah! Sister Cow would never forget what happened just moments ago. That momentary feeling of being drained made her experience unprecedented emotions. Slurp, slurp. Is it delicious? That bucket of milk was naturally given to Guxi. Although it was unknown if it helped with calcium, Guxi drank it with great relish. Hearing Yiling's caring words, Guxi licked her lips, looked at Yiling, nodded, and then continued drinking. Guxi's mind is completely that of an innocent young girl who has yet to experience the world. This was what Zunyan said. Every time she saw how Guxi and Yiling interacted, she found it very adorable. Yeah, I think so too. Yiling thought so as well. If one ignored Guxi's inconspicuous emotional changes and her trait of speaking very little, she was entirely an adorable young girl. Soon, Guxi finished drinking. After letting out a milky burp, she belatedly covered her mouth. Adorable, both of them thought the same thing. Next came a major challenge. The mountain in front of them didn't look very easy to climb. But that was just how it looked. After waiting a short while, Yiling dug out a staircase that they could step on to climb up. Afterwards, the group began walking up the hillside bit by bit. Just as they reached halfway up the mountain, they smelled the scent of cherry blossoms. Yiling and Guxi were fine, only finding it rather fragrant, but Zunyan was a bit different. The floral fragrance directly assaulted Zunyan's sense of smell, leaving her somewhat dazed for a moment. However, it was only breathtaking at first. By the time they reached the mountain top, all three of them had gotten used to the scent. Yet when they saw the scenery at the summit, they were still breathtakingly amazed. The wind at the mountain top suddenly turned gentle, and cherry blossoms covering the mountains and plains rushed towards them. Pale pink and snowy white petals were stacked layer upon layer, covering the entire mountain top. The branches intertwined, forming a boundless sea of flower clouds. Sunlight passed through the flower branches, casting mottled spots of light on the ground. When the wind blew, petals fell in a rustling sound like a gentle shower of flowers, landing on Yiling's iron armor, amidst Zunyan's hair strands, and on Guxi's shoulders. Even the kitten in the backpack poked its head out, gently sniffing the floral fragrance. There were no superfluous miscellaneous trees in the forest, only cherry blossoms bloomed wantonly. Viewed from afar, it looked as if the entire mountain top was wrapped in a tender pink dream. The air was permeated with a sweet, elegant fragrance. It was neither strong nor pungent, yet deeply refreshing, blowing away the fatigue of the journey all the way. Underfoot was soft soil covered with fallen petals, every step felt as light as walking on the clouds. The distant mountains were gently shrouded by mist, merging into one with this cherry blossom forest, so beautiful that it felt unreal. Yiling stood in the center of the sea of flowers, momentarily forgetting how to speak. Originally just a scenery along their journey, she hadn't expected it to be so breathtakingly beautiful that one wouldn't want to leave. Right at this moment, Yiling noticed a figure whose color was obviously out of place. Sitting on a tree branch not far away was an elegant figure. The moment their gazes intersected, Yiling felt a sense of danger. You must know that in the original game, making eye contact with an Enderman would provoke it. Although she didn't know if the other person was truly angry, she could clearly see that person jump down from the tree, land, and then pull out a long black apparatus from behind. Without even thinking, she knew that thing was a gun. Almost instinctively, the three of them prepared for battle. To prevent the other person from shooting, Yiling took out cobblestone and quickly built a wall in front of them. But after waiting for a long time, no gunfire was heard. Driven by the urge to investigate, Yiling poked her head out from the side of the wall, only to find nothing. That person seemed to have vanished. Where is the person? Just then, Yiling suddenly heard the sound effect of teleportation. She spun around abruptly and instinctively swung her blade, only to have her wrist grabbed instead. Although it didn't deal any damage, it prevented Yiling from breaking free. As for Zunyan, she had already raised her sword. At this tense moment of mutual hostility, a single sentence left all three of them stunned. Hello, do you recruit people here? Huh. Seeing that the other party had no intention of harming Yiling, Zunyan exchanged a glance with Guxi. Clearly, neither of them knew what was going on. As for Yiling, she was also stunned when her wrist was grabbed by this Ender maiden. After reacting, she tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't break free for a moment. Excuse me, can you let go? Feeling the strength under her palm, the Ender maiden suddenly realized she had lost her composure. Her fingertips loosened slightly, and she let go of Yiling's wrist with a hint of reluctance, taking 2 steps back. Her entire body instantly reverted to a cold and aloof aura, her tone flat and waveless. Sorry, it was abrupt of me. Ah, it's fine. Yiling was still a bit dazed. How did the atmosphere, which was just about to erupt into a fight, suddenly turn out like this? Seeing that the other party harbored no ill intent, the two of them put away their weapons as well. In the end, Yiling still voiced her question, who are you? The young woman stood straight, slightly lowering her head in a bow, her voice as crisp and cold as shattered ice. Ender Race Sniper, Andy. There is a breath of the void on your body. I wonder if you also come from the end. The void. Yiling was puzzled as to why there would be the breath of the void on her body, but after a moment of careful thought, she understood. Being able to store things inside and pull them out, the completely unreasonable spatial containment and compression, was indeed illogical. But if the label of the void was attached, it could be explained. It seems it was a misunderstanding. Yiling looked up at Andy. When their eyes met, she could clearly sense a tendency for the other party's calm expression to change, scaring her into lowering her head immediately to fixate her gaze on her collar. Yiling gathered her thoughts and said, although I don't know why you think I'm of the same clan, I can confirm that I am a human, not some creature of the Ender race. But your ability. A rare hint of doubt leaked into Andy's voice. If you're talking about my ability to place blocks, that is indeed mine, but it doesn't come from the End. Moreover, I've never met any other Ender race. After finishing these words, Yiling could clearly feel that the other party was somewhat disappointed, but immediately relaxed. How strange. Andy seemed to sense her confusion and explained, people from the End all need to find their own destination when they grow up. Andy lowered her eyes, her tone still flat, with not much emotion audible, yet hiding an unnoticeable awkwardness. This appearance of mine is not suitable for living in the End. She paused for a moment and continued, people from the End all have an innate sense of oppression, but I don't. My appearance is naturally more inclined towards humans, lacking that dangerous feeling, and completely featureless. So rather than coming here of her own accord, she was actually squeezed out. Yiling carefully examined Andy's appearance, a height of over 2 meters, a little taller than Zunyan, with fair skin. Her long hair was a purplish black, with fluorescent purple at the ends of her hair swaying gently with her movements. Her limbs were slender and long, and her chest was high and full. A tight-fitting, form-fitting black combat suit that was completely out of tune with the sense of era given by this world. Broken down to look at it, the outside seemed to be a kind of five-point harness, constraining her slender waist. On the side buckle of her waist, there was a waist pouch, as well as an ammunition pouch meant for holding bullets, though it was deflated now and should be empty. Over that was a black cloak, along with basic joint armor, nothing much to say about it. As for the bodysuit underneath, it made Yilling swallow a mouthful of saliva. This bodysuit seemed to be made of some kind of highly elastic material, clinging to the skin without a single wrinkle, instead shaping and emphasizing the curves of her body. If that were all, it wouldn't be much. At most one would say she had a good figure. But there were many breathable designs on this garment, using a light transmitting material that felt very much like the texture of black silk. Her entire legs had that thick texture, yet right at the inner thighs, it suddenly transitioned into a breathable material, inevitably drawing attention. The collar and the abdomen were the same, fully displaying her curves and assets to the utmost. The people of the end have nothing to say about their clothing aesthetics, but is there something wrong with their aesthetic standards for people? Someone like this gets kicked out. Just having this person around would be a feast for the eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Andy turned her head slightly, a bit of stiffness creeping into her cold voice. Why keep looking at me? There is nothing special about me. Who says there isn't? I think you're very pretty. Just as Yilling wanted to continue speaking, her cheeks were gently pinched by a pair of hands. Zunyan had leaned in at some point, her fingertips gently massaging Yilling's cheeks, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. Yilling, staring at someone all the time isn't very polite, you know. Mwah. Stop rubbing, I won't look anymore. Yilling's train of thought was forcibly interrupted. Your relationship is quite unusual, whereas I have been wandering aimlessly all along. Andy felt a bit envious. When would she also be able to have companions with whom she could interact so intimately? Right, what did you mean earlier when you asked if I recruited people? Yilling was still curious about that opening remark. Andy was cleaning her sniper rifle. It looked very heavy, with a very long body in both the front and back, carrying a chilling metallic feel. It used a side-inserted magazine and featured a black and purple color scheme very much in the style of the end. While maintaining her firearm, Andy spoke. I wanted to find a place that would accept me. At first, I thought you were of the same kind as me. However, I am already very satisfied that you can communicate with me. Yilling and Zunyan exchanged a glance, trading a look. Zunyan nodded, which surprised Yilling a little. She had thought Zunyan would refuse. However, Yilling didn't ask for the reason. In case Zunyan suddenly changed her mind, that wouldn't be good. In fact, Zunyan's thoughts were very simple. The characteristics of an Enderman were undoubtedly unique, and Endermen capable of effective communication were even rarer. And the one before them seemed to lack a sense of belonging yet. Abandoning good things simply because of personal emotions was undoubtedly the most foolish course of action. As for the possibility of becoming intimate in the future, that didn't matter. Anyway, she was the first. So, may I ask, are you willing to join us? Yilling's tone was somewhat tentative. After all, extending an invitation was one thing, and whether the other party could truly accept it was another. And what about Andy? Upon hearing these words, her mood instantly brightened. Of course, I'm willing. Andy said it simply and directly, though her mood was much more relaxed. Just like that, so casually. The other party agreeing so quickly actually left Yilling somewhat at a loss for what to do. Besides, why did that tone feel somewhat wrong? Yilling couldn't help muttering internally, but Andy tilted her head earnestly, her purplish-black long hair falling over her shoulders. In those eyes glowing with a faint purple light, a rare hint of genuine warmth emerged. Having wandered in this strange world for too long, it is already very fortunate to meet someone willing to accept me. There's no need to hesitate. At this moment, Guxi also leaned closer, whispering into Yilling's ear, is she, also our companion now? Yeah, from now on she's a partner traveling together with us. Yilling smiled and ruffled Guxie's hair. Seeing this, Andy bent down slightly, lowering her height as much as possible, and nodded gently towards Guxie, her tone softening a bit. Hello, I am Andy. Guxie was stunned for a moment, then softly replied, Guxie. This big sister is so tall. However, this was difficult for Yilling. How should she write it? Ah, got it. So, I asked you to investigate the cause of the Ender race's appearance, and you directly brought back a member of the Ender race. That's right. Yilling showed the person behind her to Wangxing, who was sitting behind the counter. At this time, Andy had put on her cloak, obscuring her figure, but that unique purple mist was completely sufficient to reveal her identity. Yilling spoke, Wangxing, I'll have to trouble you with writing the report. Wangxing wore a worried expression. Yes, yes, yes. You just need to bring the person over to me, but I have so much more to think about. Yilling pondered slightly and said, 10 emerald vouchers. Deal. As if afraid that the other party would go back on her word, Wangxing agreed directly. Yilling looked at Andy beside her. Did I give too much? Andy tilted her head slightly and spoke coldly. Obviously, yes. Let's add a status bar. Name: Andy. Race Enderman, Elite Class. Buffs: Sixth sense, she can always make choices favorable to her in illogical situations. Nature, her skin, not filled with the aura of the end, allows her to touch water without getting hurt. Affinity: 30%. Weapon: My 8 experimental heavy sniper rifle. A weapon exclusive to the end technology, never shown to others. It seems to be some kind of prototype weapon and has not been mass-produced due to high costs. It utilizes the material energy of the end to add extra impact, so unless one is a creature of the end or has prior energy reserves, others cannot use this weapon at will. A low, spatial trembling sound swept past their ears, and Andy's figure solidified again in the cherry blossom forest, her arms still steadily holding Yilling by the waist. We're back. Andy, could you put me down first? Yilling coughed softly, feeling a bit awkward. Andy was so tall that holding Yilling up felt like holding a body pillow. Sure. Andy gently placed her back on the ground, straightened up, and silently stepped aside. A few fallen cherry blossom petals were still clinging to her purple-black hair tips, which she lightly brushed off to the ground. Guxie suddenly became curious, took small steps to circle around Andy, tilted her head up, and her eyes were filled with confusion. How did you do that? Secret. Stare. Guxie just stared at her quietly, without blinking, as if trying to find the answer from subtle clues. Andy felt uncomfortable being watched. Just as she was about to speak, Yilling reached over and gently pressed a palm onto the top of Guxie's head, ruffling her hair. All right, stop messing around. Let's go down the mountain, and then, build a house of our own. Zunyan heard this. Her body, which had been about to lean in, paused, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seems the little cutie finally intends to build her own home. A house in the game is home. It could be the most ordinary matchbox, square and upright. It could be a basement or a cave dweller's den, simply dug out as a space, or there are master builders who can spend days gathering materials to construct a super mansion. But regardless, it is one's own home, one's emotional sustenance in the game. And now, Yilling finally intends to build a house, so much for procrastination. So, first is gathering resources. Since they are already in the cherry blossom forest, let's chop down trees. Yilling pulled out an iron axe and chopped down a cherry blossom tree in a few swings. The trunk fell to the ground, pop, and turned into a dropped item. Andy walked forward, crouched down to examine the block floating on the ground, and rubbed it with her fingertips. It clearly had the texture of wood, but held in her hand, it had almost no weight, and its volume had shrunk significantly compared to before. Andy looked up at Yilling, who was chopping trees not far away. Tree after tree was felled, the dropped items gathered into a pile on the ground, and then picked up by Yilling. Is this some kind of decomposition or compression ability? Andy could now confirm that Yilling was definitely not of the Ender race. Endermen can only carry things, not decompose them like this. But, her sixth sense had never been wrong. On Yilling, there was definitely an aura that did not belong to this dimension, at least not as simple as it appeared on the surface. At this moment, Andy suddenly felt her hand go empty. Looking down, she discovered a purple halo on her wrist, looking like a projection, yet it could be touched. Gently pulling at a part of the halo, an inventory bar was pulled out just like that, and the log from earlier was right there in the first slot of the inventory. Is this storage space? When did it appear? At this time, a gentle voice reached Andy's ear. This is one of Yilling's abilities. It seems that anyone Yilling considers a companion will receive it. As she spoke, Zunyan also pulled open her own inventory bar, which contained an apple, a longsword, and a set of clothes of an unclear style. And only our own people can see it. How about that? The little one's ability is very interesting, isn't it? Andy glanced sideways and saw Zunyan beside her, hands folded over her lower abdomen, standing properly, while Guxi had gone to follow Yilling to pick up saplings. Indeed, I have never seen anyone with such abundant abilities. Andy stood up, tidied her clothes, and attempted to put the sniper rifle she was carrying on her back into the inventory. There were no special effects, it was just like merging into water. The gun body sank into the panel and appeared in the inventory. This ability is very useful, especially when it comes to storing weapons. Andy expressed her view to Zunyan while moving her shoulders. This gun was actually quite heavy. Then, when Yilling looks at your body, how do you feel? Zunyan chatted nonchalantly, though her expression changed slightly. Clearly, she was still holding a grudge about the fact that Yilling's eyes had gone straight when she looked at Andy earlier. But how would Andy understand this? From Yilling's gaze, she could only perceive that she was always staring at her chest and legs. After thinking for a while, Andy intended to state her insight, but just as she was about to speak, her sixth sense appeared. If she really said that, she might not be in any danger, but Yilling might have trouble. Andy was puzzled, but still chose to follow her sixth sense, instead stating her answer in a declarative tone. Perhaps she is afraid to look into my eyes. This was quite unexpected. Zunyan didn't think that Andy couldn't tell where Yilling's gaze was, or was it that Andy didn't know how attractive her own figure was? This was good news. Forget it, this person is no threat, no need to be so anxious. Zunyan's expression returned to its gentle and proper appearance, casting Strike first, plan to the back of her mind. And while the two were chatting, Yilling had already chopped down this not-so-large cherry blossom forest. After picking everything up, she checked her backpack. About 3 stacks and more of cherry blossom logs. Guxi came over at this time, showing Yilling the saplings and flowers she had picked up. There were also 53 cherry blossom saplings and a lot of pink flower clusters. Yilling touched Guxi's little face. Guxi didn't seem to think it was anything special, her expression didn't change much, and finally, she chose to move Yilling's hand to the top of her head and rubbed against it herself. The feeling is right. Although she still had to comb her hair herself, whenever Yilling touched her head, she could always have a very strange feeling, and this feeling was not unpleasant. Keep the flowers and saplings with you for now, we'll plant them later. Yilling's backpack slots were a bit messy, which was one of the reasons why she wanted to build a house. Also, in the previous quest log, there were tasks best done at a base. Main Quest Adventurer 3. Fully explore an undiscovered ruin and obtain the final reward. Reward. Item Wild Tent. Refined Name Tag, 1000 Emerald Voucher. Main Quest Village Chief. Establish your own territory and have 10 villagers join. Reward. Construction Workbench, Building Generation in. Enchantment Side Quest Enchantment Master. Add 3 or more enchantments to at least one item. Reward. Advanced Enchanting Table. Artisan Side Quest Blacksmith 2. Forge any set of armor, including helmet, chestplate, leggings, boots. Reward. Basic Thermostatic Sewing Kit. Military side quest thermal weapon. Prerequisite. Synthesize and place a weapon workbench via a workbench. Reward. Revolver blueprint. Looking at this string of quests, Yiling felt a headache. How do I remember there being only 2 quests at the beginning? However, except for the 2 main quests, the others were relatively easy to do. As long as she developed, it would be fine. Yiling put away the panel and noticed that Guxi was grooming her own hair. It seemed, previously, when Guxi's hair was ruffled, she had combed it herself. This made Yiling feel a bit embarrassed. She moved closer and, following her own experience in combing hair, combed Guxi's hair. Thus, Guxi, who was combing her hair, felt the movement of another pair of hands. She paused slightly, and when she looked up and saw it was Yiling, she let her do it. On the other side, Zunyan did not notice this. After this, things were very simple. Yiling crossed half of the plains and started building a home not far from the river. Andy could help out at first, such as clearing the surrounding terrain, but soon, Andy couldn't help anymore. Only then did Andy understand how this inventory feature was used. The compressed planks in Yiling's hands expanded the moment they touched the surface, piece by piece. In less than 5 minutes, a room appeared in the open space, and this was just the beginning. After about half an hour, the framework of a wooden house appeared, with 4 small rooms and a living room. Then came digging the foundation, laying the floor, building the walls, hollowing out for lighting, laying the ceiling, crafting and installing doors, doing exterior and interior decorations, supplementing light sources, making bedrooms, and setting up a workshop. After all this was completed, Yiling stood next to the 3 people not far away to take a short break, while Andy didn't know what to say anymore. She felt that if there were enough materials, Yiling could build an entire small village in a single day. Zunyan leaned over, gently hugged Yiling, pressed her body close, and asked softly, Yiling is working so hard. Is this finished? More or less, but I always feel like I forgot something. Yiling rested her head on the softness behind her, thinking about whether she had missed anything, while conveniently replenishing her hunger meter. Halfway through eating, Yiling glanced at the bread in her hand. Oh. She thought of it. Yiling patted the arms wrapped around her twice, signaling her to let go. Zunyan also let go, took 2 steps back, not knowing what Yiling wanted to do. Yiling started construction again, digging away half a wall, extending a space in the back. The ceiling was noticeably higher than before, and then she sealed the wall from the inside. Now, people outside wouldn't know what was going on inside at all. Not long after, Yiling came out with a pair of shears and hopped over towards the distant flock of sheep. A few seconds later, Yiling came back holding wool. When she reached the doorway, she remembered the people still outside, and patted her forehead in annoyance, as if dumbfounded by her own stupidity. You guys can come in and sit down. I'm really sorry for letting you stand outside in the wind all this time. However, Zunyan and the others didn't feel anything wrong with it. As a well-trained combatant, Andy was already used to staying outside exposed to the wind and sun. When Yiling started building the house, Guxi started playing with the little white cat, completely unaware of what had happened here. And Zunyan. Do you think Zunyan would be angry with Yiling? However, everyone was indeed very curious. What did the inside of this cherry blossom small 1-story house, because there was no roof built, which took a total of no more than an hour and a half, look like? When seeing the scenery inside, even Guxi couldn't help letting out a wow. At the entrance was the living room, with a fireplace, a sofa, and walls illuminated by torches. Since no glass was prepared, trapdoors were used for the windows. As for the hallway on the other side, it led to the small rooms seen earlier, a bathroom, a kitchen, and 2 already completed bedrooms. As for another door, it had, construction area, unauthorized personnel keep out, written on it. Guxi hugged the cat, and politely knocked 3 times on the door. Click, the door opened. Yiling poked her head out from the crack of the door. Seeing that it was Guxi, she pinched Guxi's cheeks while coaxing Guxi away. Guxie's favorability, 38%. Be a good girl and go sit in the living room. Before closing the door, Yiling also patted the little white cat's head, and the little white cat cooperatively shook its ears. With nothing to do, Guxie returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. The sofa was made of wool and covered with a layer of blanket, feeling soft. Guxie placed the cat in her arms on the ground, took off the backpack she had carried on her back for a long time, and searched for things. As for that cat, it relaxed, stretched lazily on the ground, and strolled around the living room. As for Zunian, seeing Andy just standing aside like a guard, she pulled her to sit on the sofa as well. Since there was temporarily no possibility of taking Yiling away, they were good sisters. Coupled with the fact that she was a companion protecting Yiling, Zunian felt even more favorable towards Andy. However, Andy's serious and cold look wasn't cute at all. Zunian even tried to make verbal teasing towards her nice figure, but unfortunately Andy didn't get the point. Zunian took off her eye patch and put it into her inventory. Has anyone ever told you that you are very special in a crowd and very attractive to people's gazes? Andy answered very straightforwardly. No one except you has. Moreover, standing out in a crowd is a disadvantage for a combatant who doesn't engage in direct confrontation. Zunian lowered her head slightly, sized up Andy's figure, and continued to speak. Your clothes are very distinctive and can highlight your temperament very well. At this moment, Andy was putting away her cloak with natural movements, seemingly not feeling anything special about it, and just calmly answered, black clothes can reduce presence in the dark, and tight clothes are convenient for executing special missions, preventing snagging and facilitating movement. After saying that, Andy took the small biscuit handed over by Guxie. She hesitated for a moment, but seeing Guxie's look that didn't seem to have any bad intentions, she took a bite. This little girl is an undead, right? But her mind seems a bit purely kind. Hearing the answer, Zunian was already relieved, but still wanted to confirm one last time. Then do you feel that your face easily attracts people's gazes, like Yiling? This question made Andy start thinking, but unfortunately she had never thought about her own charm as the reason. In the end, looking directly at someone only had two situations, either launching a challenge or showing affection. But it couldn't be the latter. After all, the two were meeting for the first time, let alone that she was an Enderman. Zunian just waited for the answer like this, and the final answer made her confirm that this young lady had completely no awareness of her own beauty. I saw Andy spit out a sentence indifferently. Maybe people of the Ender race are relatively rare, but I don't like people staring at me, especially strangers. This was said calmly, yet with a hint of annoyance. It seemed that an Enderman's dislike of receiving strangers' gazes was something engraved in their bones. Yoo-hoo, everyone, the rooms are all done. Do you want to take a look? Yiling appeared from behind out of nowhere, looking like she was begging for praise. We've seen it. It's very nice, especially since it was built by Yiling herself. I'm really looking forward to the first night of staying here. For a building player, the greatest satisfaction is when someone sees your house and praises it at first sight. If Yiling had a tail right now, it would definitely be wagging extremely fast. Right, that new room you made, who is it for? For Andy. Why? Zunian's expression darkened a bit. We can't let her sleep with us. That's true. Zunian's expression softened. Yiling didn't know that she had just escaped a disaster. Although not long after, this disaster would inevitably arrive, because she forgot to leave a separate bedroom for herself. I'm going to research some things, make yourselves at home. After saying that, Yiling turned around and walked towards the workshop. Passing by Guxie, she casually patted Guxie's head, smoothed her hair, and entered the workshop. As for Andy, she slowly approached the door a bit customedly. When entering, she instinctively bent down, only to find that above this door was a trapdoor, which was now considerately opened. Once inside, it didn't seem particularly special, but Andy found that the ceiling was much higher than a normal room, by about a meter, which was one block more, making her feel especially spacious. And what about the bed? A 3-block long large double bed, just like the sofa outside, made from a furniture crafting table Yilling found. Andy slowly lay down on the bed, stretched her body, and relaxed. This was the first time she didn't have to curl up her body to sleep. And the first time someone truly paid attention to her with care. Andy's favorability, 35%. Sweet dreams, traveler from another world. While Andy was enjoying a rare moment of thoughtful comfort, Yilling had already begun researching firearms. Military industry branch firearms. Prerequisite. Use the workbench to craft and place a weapon workbench. Reward. Revolver blueprint. The workbench consumes a lot of iron, a total of 13 blocks. Yilling looked at the remaining iron on hand, 16 blocks, which she had swiped earlier. After making it, only 3 blocks of iron would be left, depending on how expensive the gun was. She crafted the weapon workbench and placed it against the wall, making it look like a small workshop for making iron goods. Military industry branch firearms. Prerequisite. Use the workbench to craft and place a weapon workbench. Reward. Revolver blueprint. New quest. Military industry branch firearms. Tier 1 technology. Use firearms to kill 10 enemies. Reward. Tier 1 weapon technology. Tier 1 weapon technology. Don't tell me I can only make this single pistol right now. Touching the weapon workbench brought up a finely categorized column. The categories included assault rifles, submachine guns, designated marksman rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, launchers, and melee weapons. Unfortunately, upon opening them, they were all empty, with only a single lonely pistol on the homepage. The materials were very simple: 2 blocks of iron and a few planks. Tisk. The only firearm she could make right now was this one, and the upcoming quests required a firearm to complete, meaning she had no choice but to build this gun. However, no matter what, it was a firearm, and making it as an attack method was well worth it. After crafting the gun, Yilling held it in her hand to feel it. The barrel was icy, and the cherry wood grip was extremely smooth under the system's polishing. Yilling even practiced an American Iijutsu stance, quickly switching it out from her inventory to her waist, pretending there were bullets. View, view, view. After making sound effects with her mouth in a very childish manner, Yilling twirled the gun around her index finger a few times, put it back into her inventory, placed her hands on her hips, and smiled at the perfection. Bullets were much easier to make next. Copper ingots combined with iron ingots and gunpowder could yield 12 rounds of pistol ammo per craft. Although she had several pieces of copper, Yilling herself only had 1 iron ingot left, so she could only make 12 bullets. It seems going mining needs to happen as soon as possible. Yilling put the other items into the chest, organized them, and left only the basic tools and supplies on her body. As for the exquisite backpack, Yilling found that most of the things inside were useful, so she took nearly half a backpack of various types of food to the kitchen, put them into the storage barrel, and brought the remaining tools in the bag. Was the money given previously this much? I bought this much food. When she pulled out that jar of cookies, Yilling felt her mouth watering. I'm a bit hungry. Yilling looked left and right, confirmed no one was there, opened the lid, stuffed a piece into her mouth, and then put the jar on the table. Choo choo choo. Yilling, where are my cookies? Hearing Guxie's voice from behind, Yilling's body shuddered slightly. She hurriedly chewed and swallowed the cookie in her mouth, put on an unconcerned expression, and handed the jar over. After taking the jar, Guxie opened the lid, took out a piece, and tasted it carefully. When she looked at Yilling, she noticed the cookie crumbs at the corner of Yilling's mouth. The next second, with the cookie in her mouth, Guxie took out another piece from the jar and handed it to Yilling. Does Yilling want to eat more? Because she was biting on a cookie, Guxie's voice was a bit unclear, but it could be heard that Guxie wasn't angry. Yilling let out a sigh of relief, then shook her head and pushed Guxie's extended hand back. Thanks, but I've already eaten. The rest are all yours, you must keep an eye on them, otherwise I'll eat them all up. Ow. Guxi directly protected her little treasure, then ran back to her room in 2 or 3 steps. After going in, she even poked her head back out to see if Yiling was chasing her, and finally clicked the door shut. Seeing Guxi like this, Yiling also felt a relaxed atmosphere and intended to go back to rest. Pushing the door open and entering, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute, did I forget to leave a room for myself? It seems so. Click. Zunyan locked the door from behind, and then Zunyan carried Yiling to the bed. Zunyan, I can go sleep in the living room, there's no need. Yiling didn't dare to look Zunyan in the eye, because Zunyan wasn't wearing her outer garments again at this moment. We've slept together so many times, are you still acting so polite? We can sleep in separate rooms, there's no need to squeeze into the same bed. Yiling was starting to regret it a bit now. But on second thought, why regret it? For so long, she had always been suppressed by Zunyan, and she needed to stand up for herself too. Thus, Yiling generously lay in the middle with a look that said, "What can you possibly do to me?" Zunyan smiled faintly, feeling surprised at Yiling's appearance. "You're actually not shy today. After so many times, I should be used to it anyway. Besides, you wouldn't dare actually do anything to me. For now, that's indeed the case." Zunyan kissed Yiling on the cheek. Zunyan suddenly felt curious about Yiling's plans for tomorrow and subconsciously asked, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Yiling subconsciously replied, "I plan to go gather some minerals by myself." "By yourself? Aren't you taking me and Guxi along?" Zunyan was a bit unhappy, because if that were the case, she wouldn't be able to see Yiling. "Yes, just myself. But don't worry, we can contact each other anytime, use this." Yiling brought up the chat box interface for Zunyan and sent a heart symbol. "In that case, contact me anytime. Then I'm leaving, I won't disturb you." Yiling moved a bit toward the edge of the bed, trying to pull away some distance. "You can't leave." Zunyan directly pinned Yiling beneath her, unable to move. Quote. Since it was unavoidable, at least she couldn't lose so passively. Thus, Yiling directly took the initiative to meet her halfway and struck first. Zunyan was momentarily caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, but very quickly, the corners of Zunyan's eyes carried a faint smile as she leaned in on top of her. Suffocation damage. 5 minutes later, Zunyan found that Yiling wasn't moving anymore. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly got up to check Yiling's condition, letting out a sigh of relief. "It seems I'll have to pay attention to holding back my strength in the future." Yiling fell asleep on the clouds. Zunyan favorability, 51%. The next day, Yiling didn't stay long and left after saying hello. Just kidding, she hadn't even left yet and Zunyan was already like this. If she stayed a moment longer, she'd probably achieve the miracle of being kissed to death at home all over again. Then, let's go mining. Holding an iron pickaxe, Yiling stood at the entrance of a super large cave, holding a lantern as she ventured deep inside. As soon as she reached the cave entrance, she discovered a large pile of coal. Sticking to the principle of, since we're already here, she started mining directly and obtained coal. Exploring further down, Yiling placed torches to mark her route while inspecting the surrounding rock walls and ground for ores. Naturally, the most abundant ore she mined first was copper. For Yiling, this item currently only had the use of making bullets, but considering there might be tech-related items later, she took it all away as well. All the way down, the surrounding rock walls gradually turned black at a certain dividing line, and ores became more abundant. Passing through a very narrow passage, she discovered the surroundings were completely full of iron ore, an entire massive iron vein. Beside a lava pool, Yiling found something blue and sparkly. Diamond. However, the surprises were far from stopping there. This pile of diamonds yielded as many as 6 pieces in total. Yiling made a prompt decision, crafted a diamond pickaxe, cooled part of the lava into obsidian, mined 20 blocks, and ran away. On her way back, Yiling casually mined the redstone that she had previously found a bit troublesome and skipped, only to discover 2 more diamonds right behind the redstone. Hiss. Yiling looked left and right, glanced at the minimap again, and confirmed there were nothing with glowing white eyes around her, so she felt at ease. After reporting her safety to Zunian, she continued mining underground. Time passed to the evening of the next day. Yes, Yiling had been mining underground without sleep or rest for a day and a half, obtaining a lot of ores. Among them were some she had never seen before that showed up as question marks, which Yiling planned to ask about once she returned to the city. The exit she came out of was a different one. This underground cave system stretched across the entire plain, so when she emerged, Yiling found herself in the forest on the other side of the plain. Of course, all of that was secondary. What made Yiling feel a bit troubled was the smell of sweat on her body, as well as the dirt stuck to her from sweat mixed with dust. The sticky sweat and dust mixed together all over her body, making her feel incredibly stuffy and uncomfortable. Ah, I really can't stand this. Yiling quickly found a pool of water, checked the depth, dragged her clothes into her inventory slots to store them, and sat inside to take a cold bath. The water was a bit cold at first, but after soaking for a while, she got used to it. Hiss. Oh tilde so refreshing. Just as she was relaxing in the bath, Yiling suddenly noticed her mini-map. There was an icon of a drowned. Turning around, she saw a pair of eyes staring straight at her from the other side of the pool. That person had long, greenish-blue hair and the figure of a young girl. Wet strands of hair clung to her body, and her eyes were also greenish-blue. Other than that, she wasn't wearing a single thread, though most of her body was underwater, so not much could be seen. But like a water ghost staring at food, her eyes shone brightly, and she was even drooling from the corner of her mouth. Excuse me, what are you doing? Yiling asked with a completely bewildered look, having no idea what was going on. Peeping, he he he. The girl laughed in a damp, satisfied manner, not forgetting to slurp the drool at the corner of her mouth. Your figure is so nice, it'd be a waste not to look tilde. As she spoke, Yiling could clearly see that the girl's hands were in the water doing who knows what, stirring up wave after wave. Are you really human? Yiling couldn't help but complain. With a swish, the drowned girl suddenly pulled a trident gleaming with cold blue light from the water. A faint purple glow indicated that the trident was enchanted. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became tense. Of course I'm not human tilde. The drowned girl licked her lips, her sticky gaze glued to Yiling, her tone seductive and wild. I am the master of these waters, Fu Wangsheng. Trespassing into my territory to bathe, and looking so much to my liking. Do you think I can let you leave? Yiling secretly thought to herself that things were bad. Today, she had met a female pervert even more dangerous than Zunian. Yiling's heart tightened, and almost instinctively, she pulled a shield from her inventory and held it in front of her. She had made this on a whim back in the mine, and she hadn't expected it to come in handy now. Clang! The thrown trident slammed hard against the shield. The immense force numbed Yiling's arm, but using the momentum, she leapt onto the shore. Oh! How did you pull that out? Do you also have a family heirloom? Fu Wangsheng was curious about the suddenly appearing shield, but she didn't pay it too much attention. Soon after, the trident returned to Fu Wangsheng's hand, and she chased Yiling up onto the shore. Fu Wangsheng's movements were unimaginably agile. Her trident thrust, flicked, swept, and chopped, every move carrying the ferocity of an underwater beast, yet she deliberately avoided vital points. It was more like teasing and flirting, her eyes constantly glued to Yiling's figure, getting more excited the more they fought. Such quick reflexes tilde your figure is so beautiful, even the way you fight makes my heart itch tilde. Don't dodge tilde let me touch you just once tilde. You jerk. If we're going to fight, fight properly. Stop looking at me with those weird eyes. Holding her iron sword, Yiling continuously blocked and countered, keeping them at a standstill for the moment. Who told you to be so beautiful tilde? Fu Wangsheng lightly licked the corner of her lips, boasting shamelessly, your skin is so fair, and your lines are so beautiful. It would be such a waste to hide them. You've really had enough. Do you have no sense of shame at all? Yiling took advantage of the distance she created to quickly put her clothes on. Unable to see that beautiful figure anymore, Fu Wangsheng's mood soured, but she immediately began to giggle foolishly. It doesn't matter if you put them on. I'll strip you clean layer by layer, until you're naked just like me, hee 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 tilde. Yiling was completely dumbfounded. Guys, who can relate? Going out only to get targeted by a female rogue who wants to strip off my clothes. The trident was thrown once again. Seizing the moment Yiling blocked it, a sharp gleam flashed in Fu Wangsheng's eyes, and she lunged straight forward, wanting to pin her to the ground to properly admire her. Noticing this, Yiling pushed her shield forward, and before her opponent could react, she grabbed her shoulders and used the momentum to slam her down onto the wet grass. Landing on her back, Fu Wangsheng was firmly pinned down by Yiling, her hands pinned above her head, unable to move. Let me go. She struggled stubbornly. You just got lucky once. What is there to be proud of? But just by being pinned down, Fu Wangsheng's entire body trembled uncontrollably. A faint blush rapidly spread across her pale blue skin, and her fierce gaze instantly softened into naked obsession. Instead of struggling further, she tilted her head up slightly, her breathing growing shallow. Her gaze locked onto Yiling, and she even subconsciously slurped at the corner of her mouth. Ah! To think I'd be pinned down so tightly. You're so strong, and your figure is so beautiful. Just a touch makes me so sensitive. The way you're pinning me down is just too beautiful. Yiling froze on the spot, the strength in her hands unconsciously loosening a bit. Lying on the grass, Fu Wangsheng felt the grip loosen. Instead of getting up, she slightly wiggled her waist and rubbed against her voice trembling with a hint of seduction. Hey, pinning me down so tightly, do you want to do something to me? It's fine, I don't mind tilde in fact. I really like it tilde. Yiling. She was completely dumbstruck. Was this a fight, or was she being publicly harassed? Unable to contain her anger, Yiling flipped her over and pinned her down, locking her wrists behind her back. She raised her hand, preparing to use her worldview correction slaps to properly teach this person, who had no concept of shame or modesty, a lesson. Wait, you're not planning to. Seeing the raised hand behind her, Fu Wangsheng swallowed hard, quietly awaiting the impending storm. Yiling didn't care about that. After being provoked for so long, how could she not vent her anger? Smack. Fu Wangsheng held back from making a sound, biting her lip to keep from losing face too much. After a few slaps fell, a sigh echoed, and a sky full of starlight swept past, leaving specks of starlight scattered on the grass. Yiling. Fu Wangsheng. Meta Nympho, need a solution. Waiting online, pretty urgent. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.